Hello and welcome. Tonight, we are going to take a quiet journey together. A journey back in time, back to the streets of ancient Rome. A place where life moved at a different pace, where people worked in ways we might never imagine today. You are here to rest, to let your mind wander gently through history. There is no rush. No pressure, just soft stories about the everyday people of Rome. The workers, the craftsmen, the servants, the ones who kept the great city running. Some of these jobs might sound strange to us now. Some might make you smile, others might simply make you curious. But all of them are real. All of them were part of life in Rome 2,000 years ago. So settle in. Close your eyes if you like. Let the sounds of ancient Rome fade in around you. The distant hum of voices in the forum, the clatter of sandals on stone streets, the soft murmur of a city at work. Tonight, we walk slowly through the Roman world, through the jobs that filled it, through the hands that built it, through the lives that lived it. Let us begin. Imagine you are standing on a narrow street in Rome. The sun is warm on your face. The air smells of bread baking somewhere nearby. And then, as you walk past a small building, you catch another smell. Something sharp, something unpleasant. You have just walked past a Forgetful, a place where clothes are cleaned, a workshop run by fullers. These are the people who wash the tunics and togas of Rome, but they do not wash them the way we might wash clothes today. Let us step inside for a moment. The floor is wet, stone, cool beneath your feet. There are large basins built into the ground. They look almost like shallow pools, rectangular, deep enough to hold water and fabric, deep enough for a person to stand in. And inside these basins, men are working, but they are not scrubbing with their hands. They are stomping with their bare feet, stepping up and down on piles of wet fabric, their legs moving rhythmically, their feet pressing down, again and again. This is how fullers clean clothes. They place the dirty tunics and togas into the basins. They add water, and then they add something else. Something that might surprise you. Urine. Yes, human urine. Collected from public toilets around the city. Delivered to the Forgetful in large clay jars. Poured into the basins with the clothes. Now, this might sound very strange to us. It might sound disgusting, but to the Romans, it made perfect sense. Urine contains something called ammonia, and ammonia is very good at breaking down oils and dirt. It helps clean the fabric. It helps remove stains. It even helps make wool softer and whiter. The Romans did not understand chemistry the way we do. They did not know about ammonia molecules, but they knew that urine worked. They had discovered this through trial and error, through generations of washing clothes, and so they used it. In fact, urine was so valuable to the fullers that the Emperor Vespasian once placed a tax on it, a tax on collecting urine from public toilets. People laughed at this. They thought it was absurd. But Vespasian defended it. He is said to have held up a gold coin earned from the urine tax and said to his critics, "Money does not smell." And he was right. Once the urine did its work, once the clothes were rinsed and dried, there was no smell left, just clean fabric. So the fullers would stomp on the clothes in these basins of water and urine for hours, their legs moving up and down, the fabric squishing beneath their feet. It was hard work, tiring work, but it worked. The men who did this stomping were usually slaves or poor freedmen, men who had few other options. They would spend their days in the Folonica, their feet wrinkled from being wet, their legs aching, their nostrils full of that sharp smell. Sometimes they would sing as they worked, to pass the time, to keep rhythm, to make the work a little easier, their voices echoing off the stone walls. After the stomping, the clothes would be lifted out, heavy, with water, dripping, and then they would be rinsed, over and over, in clean water, fresh water brought from the aqueducts. The fullers would dump the fabric, wring it out, dunk it again, until the smell was gone, until the fabric was fresh again. This rinsing was important, very important, but no one wanted to wear a toga that smelled like urine. The fullers had to be thorough, had to make sure every trace was washed away. Once the rinsing was done, the clothes would be wrung out one final time, twisted tight to squeeze out as much water as possible. Then they would be stretched, pulled into shape, because wool shrinks when it gets wet, and a shrunken toga is useless. The fullers had wooden frames for this, frames shaped like human bodies. They would pull the wet toga over the frame, stretch it gently, let it dry in the right shape. Sometimes they would hang the clothes outside, in the sun, on ropes strung across the courtyard, the fabric flapping gently in the breeze, drying slowly. Other times, especially in winter or when it rained, they would dry the clothes inside, near a fire or in a warm room. This took longer, but it worked. While the clothes dried, the fullers would prepare for the next step. They would gather their tools, special brushes made from the dried seed pods of a plant called teasel. These pods had tiny hooks on them, perfect for raising the nap of wool fabric, for making it soft and fluffy. When the clothes were dry, the fullers would brush them, carefully, gently, running the teasel brush over the surface of the wool. The tiny hooks would catch the fibers, lift them, create a soft, fuzzy texture. This was skilled work. You had to brush in the right direction, with the right pressure. Too hard, and you could damage the fabric. Too soft, and it would not work. For white togas, there was another step. The fullers would treat them with something called fuller's earth, a type of clay, or sometimes with sulfur. These substances would make the fabric even whiter, even brighter. They would rub the fuller's earth into the fabric, let it sit, then brush it out. The clay would absorb any remaining oils, any dirt, any yellowing, and when it was brushed away, the toga would be brilliantly white. Sulfur was used too, burned in a special chamber. The clothes would be hung inside. The sulfur fumes would bleach them, make them gleam. But this was dangerous. The fumes were harsh. They could make you cough, make your eyes water. The fullers who did this work often had health problems, but it was part of the job. When everything was done, when the toga was clean and white and soft and shaped correctly, it would be folded carefully, wrapped in cloth to keep it clean, and returned to the customer. The customer might be a wealthy senator, or a merchant, or one who could afford to have their clothes professionally cleaned. They would pay the fuller a few coins, and they would take their toga home, ready to wear to the forum, to a dinner party, to the theater. They probably never thought much about the work that went into it. The hours of stomping, the rinsing, the brushing, the careful attention to detail. They just saw a clean toga, and that was enough. But the Fullers knew. They knew every step, every bit of effort. They took pride in their work, even if it was hard, even if it was smelly, even if it was not glamorous. The Fullonica was an important place in Rome. Every neighborhood had one, sometimes more than one, because everyone needed clean clothes, and the Fullers provided that service. Some Fullonicae were small, just 1 or 2 workers, a few basins, a small courtyard for drying. Others were large, dozens of workers, many basins, large drying areas. These big workshops would handle the clothes of hundreds of people. They were businesses, real businesses. Some Fullers became quite successful. There are remains of Fullonicae in Pompeii, the city that was buried by the eruption of Mount Vesuvius. Archaeologists have found these workshops preserved. The basins still there, the stone floors still stained. You can walk through them today. You can see where the Fullers worked, where they stomped, where they rinsed and dried and brushed. It is strange to think about, to stand in a place where people worked 2,000 years ago, doing a job we do not do anymore, using methods we do not use anymore. But in their time, it made sense. It was normal. It was just part of life. The Fullers were not heroes. They were not famous, but they were necessary. They kept Rome clean. They kept people presentable. They did work that mattered. And on a hot day, when the smell from the Fullonica was particularly strong, people might wrinkle their noses as they walked past, might hurry their steps, might complain about the stench, but they still brought their togas to be cleaned, still paid their coins, still needed the Fullers, because that is how it works. The jobs no one wants to think about are often the jobs that keep everything running. Let us rest here for a moment. Let the image of the Fullonica fade. Let the smell of urine and wet wool drift away. And when you are ready, we will move on. We will visit another occupation, another corner of Roman life, another story waiting to be told. Picture this. You are a wealthy Roman politician. You are walking through the Forum, the center of the city, the place where people gather, where deals are made, where votes are won. The Forum is busy today, as it always is. Columns rise around you, marble gleaming in the sunlight, statues of gods and heroes watching from their pedestals. The sound of voices fills the air, conversations, arguments, laughter, the shuffling of feet on stone. You are here because you need to be seen, because politics in Rome is about relationships, about knowing people, about being known. Every face you pass is a potential voter, a potential supporter, a potential enemy. You see someone approaching, a man you met once, maybe twice, at a dinner party or a public event. You remember his face, the shape of his nose, the way he walks, but his name escapes you. You know you should remember. He is watching you, expecting recognition. If you get it wrong, if you call him by the wrong name or admit you have forgotten, he will be offended And in Roman politics, offense can cost you votes, can cost you influence, can cost you everything. This is where the nomenclator comes in. The nomenclator is walking beside you, or just behind you, close enough to speak softly, close enough that only you can hear. He is a slave, but not just any slave. He is a specialist. His job is to remember names, to know everyone, to whisper in your ear just before you greet someone. And as that man approaches, the nomenclator leans in. His voice is quiet, calm. "Dat Aum," he whispers. "That is Marcus Tullius Rufus. His father owns olive groves near Pompeii. You met him at Senator Claudius's banquet last month. He asked you about grain imports from Egypt. And just like that, you know, everything you need, the name, the family, the context, the conversation you had. You smile. You step forward. "Marcus Tullius Rufus," you say warmly. "How good to see you again. How are your father's olive groves? And have you given more thought to those grain imports we discussed?" Marcus is impressed. His face lights up. He thinks you remember him. He thinks you care. He thinks you pay attention to people. And that makes him more likely to support you, to vote for you, to speak well of you to others. But it was not your memory. It was the nomenclators. This was the job of the nomenclator, to be a living memory, a walking database of names and faces and connections, to make his master look good, look attentive, look popular. Let us think about what this job required. The skill, the dedication, the sheer amount of information a nomenclator needed to hold in his mind. First, he needed to remember faces, hundreds of faces, maybe thousands, Romans of all ages, all social classes, men you met at the Senate, at the baths, at dinner parties, at religious festivals, at the theater, in the street. The nomenclator had to look at a person once, maybe twice, and remember them forever. The shape of their face, the color of their eyes, how they walked, how they dressed, any distinguishing features. But faces were not enough. He also needed names, full names. Roman names were complicated. A Roman citizen had 3 names. The prenomen, the personal name, the nomen, the family name, and the cognomen, a kind of nickname that became hereditary. So Marcus Tullius Rufus, Marcus is his personal name. Tullius is his family name. Rufus is his cognomen. The nomenclator had to remember all 3, and he had to get them right. Calling someone by the wrong name was worse than not knowing their name at all. But even that was not enough. The nomenclator also needed to know connections, family connections, business connections, political connections. He needed to know, who is this person's father? What does the family do? Where do they come from? Are they patrician or plebeian? Are they old money or new money? Who are their friends? Who are their enemies? What faction do they support? All of this information mattered, because when you greeted someone, you needed to know how to approach them, what to say, what not to say. If Marcus Tullius Rufus supported your political rival, you would greet him politely but cautiously. If he was a potential ally, you would be warmer, more engaging. If his father was rich and influential, you would ask about the family with extra care. The nomenclator provided all of this in a whisper, in a moment, just enough time for you to adjust your smile, your tone, your words. How did a nomenclator learn all of this? How did he build this incredible memory? It started when he was young. A slave boy, perhaps 10 or 12 years old, would be chosen for this role. Chosen because he seemed smart, attentive, good with details. He would begin his training. He would follow his master everywhere, to every event, every meeting, every casual encounter on the street, and he would watch. He would listen. When his master met someone new, the nomenclator would study that person, their face, their voice, their mannerisms. He would listen to the conversation, learn the name, learn the details. After the meeting, the nomenclator would repeat everything to himself, over and over. Marcus Tullius Rufus, olive groves near Pompeii, met at Claudius's banquet, asked about grain imports. He would do this for every person, building a mental library, entry by entry, person by person type. Some nomenclators used tricks to help them remember, memory techniques. They would associate a person's name with their appearance. Rufus means red, so maybe Marcus Tullius had reddish hair, or wore red often. That association would help lock the name in memory, or they would create mental images, vivid scenes. They would imagine Marcus standing in an olive grove or holding a jar of grain, something visual, something memorable. They would also organize information in their minds, grouping people by where they were met, by their profession, by their political affiliation, creating mental categories, so that when they saw a face, they could quickly search the right category and find the name. This was not easy. This required discipline, practice, constant review. A nomenclator could not afford to forget, could not afford to make mistakes. And the job did not stop with remembering. The nomenclator also had to pay attention in the moment. He had to watch the crowd, scan faces, identify people before they got too close. Imagine the forum again. You are walking. The nomenclator is beside you. His eyes are moving constantly, looking at faces, searching his memory. He spots someone approaching from the left. He has maybe 10 seconds. He looks at the face, searches his mental library, finds the match, prepares the information, and then, just as the person is about to reach you, he whispers, quick, quiet, patient, Gaius Cornelius Lentulus, merchant, ships wine from Greece. You met him at the Temple of Jupiter last spring. He donated money to repair the city walls. You do not even break stride. You turn, you smile. Gaius Cornelius Lentulus, always a pleasure. I trust your wine trade is flourishing. And thank you again for your generous contribution to the walls. Rome is grateful. Gaius is delighted. Another supporter secured. Another relationship strengthened. And you continue walking on to the next person. And the next, the nomenclator whispering. You responding, a smooth, practiced dance. But what happened when the nomenclator made a mistake? When he got a name wrong, or failed to recognize someone? This was a serious problem, because the mistake reflected on the master, not the slave. If you greeted someone with the wrong name, they would be insulted. They would think you did not care enough to remember them, and that could damage your reputation. If a nomenclator made too many mistakes, he would be replaced, sold, died, sent to do other work. His value depended entirely on his accuracy, so nomenclators lived with constant pressure. They could not relax, could not stop studying. Every time they went out with their master, their performance was being tested. Some masters were understanding. If the nomenclator got something slightly wrong, they would quietly correct it. Move on. No punishment. Others were harsher. A mistake might earn a beating, or worse. The master's political career depended on these interactions, and the nomenclator was expected to be perfect. But when a nomenclator was good, when he was truly skilled, he became invaluable. His master would rely on him completely, would refuse to go anywhere without him, would praise him, might even reward him. Some nomenclators were so good that they became famous in their own right. Other slaves would talk about them. Other masters would envy them. They had a kind of status, a kind of respect. There are stories of nomenclators who could remember thousands of people, who never forgot a face, who could recall details from conversations that happened years ago. One ancient writer, Pliny the Elder, tells a story about a nomenclator named Charmus. Charmus could recognize and name every single person in Rome who mattered politically. Senators, diet, equestrians, wealthy merchants, all of them. He was legendary. For a politician, a nomenclator like Charmus was worth a fortune, because in Rome, elections were personal. People voted for men they knew, men they liked, men who remembered them. If you could walk through the forum and greet everyone by name, ask about their families, reference past conversations, you seemed like a man of the people, a man who cared, a man worth supporting, and that was all thanks to the nomenclator. But let us think about the nomenclator himself for a moment, about his life, his experience. He was a slave. He had no freedom, no control over his own life. He could be bought, sold, punished, killed at his master's whim. But he had knowledge. He knew things. He knew secrets. He knew who hated whom, who owed money to whom, who was sleeping with whose wife. He heard everything, saw everything, remembered everything. That knowledge gave him a strange kind of power, not official power, not legal power, but influence. His master needed him, depended on him, and the nomenclator knew it. Some nomenclators used this carefully. They might drop hints, suggest connections, remind their master about certain people at useful times. They could shape decisions without seeming to. Others stayed silent, did their job, kept their heads down, did not risk overstepping, but all of them lived between two worlds. They were slaves, but they walked with the powerful. They were property, but they held information that property should not hold. It was a strange existence, and a lonely one perhaps, because who could a nomenclator talk to? Who could he trust? He knew everyone, but he was close to no one. At night, after a long day in the forum, the nomenclator would return home with his master. He would go to his small room in the slave quarters. He would lie down, and he would review, going over the day, the faces, the names, the new people he met, adding them to his mental library, making sure everything was locked in. Tomorrow he would do it again, and the day after that, and the day after that, for years, for decades maybe, until he grew old, until his memory started to fail, until he was no longer useful. And then what? Some masters would free a faithful nomenclator, grant him his freedom in old age, a reward for years of service. Others would simply replace him, send him to work in the kitchens or the stables, or sell him to someone who needed an old slave for simple tasks. But while he was in his prime, while his memory was sharp, the nomenclator was essential. He was the man who made politicians look good, who smoothed social interactions, who remembered what everyone else forgot. Let us leave the forum now. Let the sounds of the crowd fade. Let the image of the nomenclator stepping quietly behind his master dissolve into the past. He did his work in whispers, in shadows, but his impact was real. And in the complicated world of Roman politics, he mattered. As the evening grows quiet, let us move on. Let us visit another occupation, another life lived in ancient Rome, another story waiting to be told. Now let us step into a quieter place. A Roman home, a domus, the house of a wealthy family. The walls are painted with bright frescoes. Gardens bloom in the central courtyard. Fountains trickle softly. Marble floors gleam beneath your feet. This is a world of comfort, of luxury, of carefully maintained beauty. It is early morning. The sun is just beginning to rise. Golden light filters through the narrow windows. The household is starting to wake. Slaves are moving through the hallways, preparing for the day, lighting lamps, bringing water, starting fires in the kitchen. In one of the private rooms, a woman is sitting. She is the lady of the house, the domina, the wife of a wealthy merchant perhaps, or a senator, or a landowner. She sits on a cushioned stool before a polished bronze mirror. The mirror shows her reflection, her face, her hair, still loose and tangled from sleep. But she is not alone. Standing behind her is another woman, a slave. She is younger, perhaps 20 years old, perhaps younger. Her hands are steady, her expression focused. This is the Ornatrix, the hairdresser. The Ornatrix has been awake for some time already. She rose before dawn. She has prepared her tools, laid them out carefully on a small table beside the stool. There are combs made of bone, fine-toothed combs for untangling, wide-toothed combs for styling, pins made of ivory, some plain, some decorated with tiny carved flowers or animals, hairpins made of bronze, thin metal rods for curling, a small brazier with hot coals, oils and perfumes in delicate glass bottles. Ribbons stay, hairnets woven from gold thread. Everything is ready. Everything is in its place. Because the Ornatrix knows that her mistress does not like to wait, now she begins her work. First, she must untangle the hair. She picks up a wide-toothed comb. She starts at the ends of the hair, gently working through the knots, slowly moving upward, careful not to pull too hard, careful not to hurt her mistress. The domina sits still, silent, tight, waiting. Sometimes she looks at her reflection in the mirror. Sometimes she closes her eyes. The Ornatrix works patiently, When she encounters a particularly stubborn knot, she pauses. She works it free with her fingers. Strand by strand, she cannot rush, cannot yank. That would anger her mistress. And an angry mistress is dangerous. When the hair's untangled, the Ornatrix sets down the wide-toothed comb. She picks up the fine-toothed one. She runs it through the hair, again and again, making it smooth, making it shine. Then she begins to section the hair. This is where the real work starts. This is where skill matters. Roman hairstyles for wealthy women were not simple. They were elaborate, complicated. They were displays of wealth and fashion. They took hours to create. The styles changed over time. In the early empire, women wore their hair pulled back, twisted into simple buns. Elegant, but understated. But as time went on, the styles became more dramatic, more complex. Hair piled high on the head in intricate arrangements, curls cascading down, braids woven in elaborate patterns, sections twisted and pinned and layered. These styles were influenced by the imperial court, by the emperor's wife, by the emperor's mother, by the emperor's daughters. Whatever they wore, other wealthy women wanted to copy. Fashion moved from the palace outward, spreading through Rome, through the provinces. The Ornatrix had to know these styles, had to study them, had to practice them, because her mistress expected her to be current, to be skilled, to make her beautiful in the latest fashion. So the Ornatrix begins to section the hair. She divides it into parts. Some sections will be curled, some will be braided, some will be twisted and pinned. Each section has a purpose. Each contributes to the final style. She picks up one of the metal curling rods. It has been heating in the brazier. She tests it carefully, touching it lightly with a wet finger, listening for the hiss, making sure it is hot enough to curl, but not so hot that it will burn the hair. She wraps a section of hair around the rod, holds it, waits. She counts silently in her head. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2. Then she carefully unwraps it. A curl. Perfect. Springy. She sets it aside gently, pins it loosely so it will not unravel while she works on the rest. She picks up another rod, heats it, curls another section, and another, and another. This part takes time. There are many sections to curl, many curls to create. The Ornatrix works steadily, rhythmically, her hands moving with practiced ease. The domina watches in the mirror. Sometimes she speaks. "Make that curl tighter," she might say. Or, "No, looser, like the style Livia wore at the festival last month." The Ornatrix adjusts. She recurls the section, makes it tighter or looser, whatever her mistress wants. She cannot argue, cannot suggest, cannot say that the mistress is wrong. She must simply obey, simply make it work. If the domina is unhappy, the Ornatrix will feel it. A sharp word, a slap across the face, a threat to sell her, to send her away, to replace her with someone better. So the Ornatrix tries very hard to please. She studies her mistress's face in the mirror, looking for signs of approval or disapproval, adjusting her work accordingly. When all the curls are done, she moves to the next stage, building the hairstyle. She starts with the back. She gathers some of the curls, twists them together, pins them in place. Then she adds more, layer by layer, creating height, creating volume. Sometimes she uses a frame underneath, a cushion made of wool or horsehair, shaped to support the hair. To give it structure, she pins the hair over this frame, hiding it, making it look like the hair itself is thick and voluminous. She works upward, building, shaping. The hairstyle grows taller, more elaborate. Curls are arranged artfully. Some hang down at the temples. Some are pinned up high. Some cascade down the back. She picks up some of the braids she prepared earlier. She weaves them into the style, wrapping them around, pinning securely. They add texture, add detail, add complexity. The work is delicate, precise. One wrong move and a section could collapse, could fall apart, and then she would have to start over. The domina sits very still. She has learned not to move during this process. Movement can shift the hair, can ruin the Ornatrices' work. So she sits like a statue, waiting. An hour passes, maybe more. The Ornatrices' hands are starting to ache. Her back is sore from bending, but she cannot stop, cannot rest. Not until the hairstyle is complete. Now she reaches for the false hair. Hair pieces stored in a wooden box. Hair from other women, from slaves. Hair bought from merchants who travel across the empire. Some of this hair comes from Germania, from the north. Blonde hair, golden hair, prized because it is rare. Different from the dark hair most Romans have. Some comes from India, long, black, silky, exotic. The domina has paid good money for these hair pieces, and she wants them used. Wants the extra volume, wants the dramatic effect. The Ornatrix selects a piece. She holds it up to the existing hair, checks the color. It matches well enough. She begins to weave it in, pinning it to the natural hair, blending it, making it look seamless, making it look like it all belongs to the domina. She adds another piece, and another. The hairstyle grows even larger, even more impressive. Wealthy Roman women competed with each other at dinner parties, at the theater, at religious festivals. They showed off their clothes, their jewelry, and their hair. A simple hairstyle meant you were unfashionable, or poor, or both. But an elaborate hairstyle meant you were wealthy enough to afford an ornatrix, wealthy enough to spend hours on your appearance, wealthy enough to matter. So the hairstyle was not just about beauty. It was about status, about power, about showing the world who you were. The Ornatrix understands this. She knows that her work reflects on her mistress, that a bad hairstyle could embarrass the domina, could damage her reputation, could make her the subject of gossip and ridicule. So she works carefully, precisely, making sure every curl is perfect, every braid is tight, every pin is secure. Finally, after 2 hours, maybe more, the basic structure is complete. The hair is piled high, curled and braided and pinned. But the Ornatrix is not done yet. Now come the finishing touches, the details that make the style truly special. She reaches for a small container. Inside is gold dust, real gold, ground into powder. She dips a soft brush into it, lightly dusts it over some of the curls. The gold catches the light, makes the hair shimmer, makes it glow. She picks up a hairnet made of fine gold thread. Delicate, expensive, she drapes it over part of the hairstyle, pins it in place. It adds a touch of elegance, a hint of luxury. Then the jeweled hairpins. The domina has many, some with pearls, some with emeralds, some with garnet. The Ornatrix selects a few. She slides them into the hair at strategic points. They sparkle, they catch the eye, they complete the look. She steps back. She examines her work. She tilts her head, looks from different angles, making sure everything is balanced, making sure nothing is out of place. The domina is looking in the mirror. She turns her head slightly, left, right, studying herself. The Ornatrix holds her breath, waiting. This is the moment of judgment. The domina says nothing for a long moment. Then, finally, she nods. "It will do," she says. Not praise, not thanks, just acceptance. But for the Ornatrix, that is enough. It means she has succeeded. It means she is safe. For today, at least. The domina stands. She is ready now. Ready to face the day. Ready to be seen. The Ornatrix steps back. Begins to clean up her tools. To put things away. But her work is not finished. This evening, when the domina returns from her social engagements, the Ornatrix will have to take the hairstyle apart, carefully remove all the pins, all the hair pieces, brush out the hair, treat it with oils to keep it healthy, prepare it for tomorrow. And tomorrow, she will do it all again. Another day, another hairstyle, another test of her skill. The life of an Ornatrix was not easy. She was always on call, always expected to be ready. Her mistress might decide to go out at any time, might decide she wants her hair redone, might decide the style is not right and demand something different. The Ornatrix could not say no, could not refuse. She was a slave. She had no choice. But there were advantages too, small ones. Being an Ornatrix meant working indoors, in comfort. She was not laboring in the fields, not working in the kitchen over hot fires, not cleaning floors or washing clothes. She was close to her mistress, part of the inner household. She heard things, knew things, secrets shared while the domina sat before the mirror, gossip about other families, plans for parties, worries about money or politics or relationships. An Ornatrix who was smart could use this knowledge, not openly, not directly, but she could be useful, could offer advice, could make suggestions, could become trusted. Some Ornatrices became favorites. Their mistresses relied on them, confided in them, treated them less like slaves and more like companions. And sometimes, if she was very lucky, an Ornatrix might be freed. After years of service, after proving herself valuable, her mistress might grant her freedom in a will, or as a gift on a special occasion. A freed Ornatrix could then work independently, hire herself out to other wealthy women, earn money, build a small business. It was a path to a better life, but most Ornatrices never reached that point. They remained slaves their entire life, working, serving, using their skills to make someone else beautiful. Let us think about the tools the Ornatrix used. The heated rods. These were dangerous. If she was not careful, she could burn herself or burn her mistress. The rods had to be just the right temperature, too cool, and they would not curl the hair, too hot, and they would singe it. The Ornatrix learned through practice, through mistakes, through burned fingers and ruined sections of hair. Over time, she developed a sense for it, could tell by touch, by sight, by instinct. The combs and pins had to be handled carefully too. A drop could stab a foot. A comb pulled too hard could scratch the scalp, make the mistress angry, make her lash out. The Ornatrix had to be gentle, patient, even when she was tired, even when her hands ached, even when she wanted to be anywhere else. And the styles themselves required constant learning. Fashion changed. What was popular one year might be outdated the next. The Ornatrix had to pay attention, had to study other women's hair when she was out with her mistress, had to remember new techniques, new arrangements. Some wealthy households had multiple Ornatrices, each with different skills. One might specialize in curling, another in braiding, another in applying cosmetics. They would work together, creating elaborate looks that took an entire team. But in most households, there was just one Ornatrix. She had to do everything herself, and she had to do it well. There are surviving Roman artworks that show us these hairstyles. Statues, busts, portrait paintings. Some are astonishingly complex, rows upon rows of curls, elaborate braids, towering heights. Looking at them, you can almost feel the hours of work that went into creating them, the skill required, the patience. And you can imagine the Ornatrix standing behind her mistress, her hands moving, her concentration absolute, building beauty, one curl at a time. In some wealthy homes, the Ornatrix would also help with other aspects of beauty. She might apply makeup, white lead powder to lighten the face, rouge made from red ochre for the cheeks and lips, kohl to darken the eyebrows and line the eyes. These cosmetics were expensive. They came in small containers, jars of precious materials. The Ornatrix had to use them sparingly, carefully, making them last. She might also apply perfumes, oils scented with rose, with lavender, with cinnamon and myrrh, rubbed into the skin, into the hair, creating a pleasant fragrance. All of this was part of making the mistress presentable, making her beautiful, making her impressive. And when the mistress finally left the house, dressed in her finest stola, her hair perfect, her face painted, people would notice, would compliment her, would envy her, but no one would thank the Ornatrix. No one would even see her. She would remain in the background, in the private rooms, unseen, unmentioned. Her work was invisible. Only the results mattered. Let us leave the domus now. Let the image of the Ornatrix putting away her tools fade gently. Let the morning light dim. Let the bronze mirror lose its shine. She will be there again tomorrow and the day after, doing her work, making beauty, living a life close to luxury, but never truly part of it. As the day moves forward, let us move on too. Let us visit another part of Roman life, another occupation, another story from the ancient world. Now we leave the quiet of the home. We step out of the private chambers Out of the world of combs and pins and gentle morning light, we step into noise, into crowds, into heat and dust, and the smell of sweat and blood. We step into the amphitheater, the Colosseum, or one of the many arenas scattered across the Roman world, in cities large and small, from Rome itself to distant provinces. Where Romans gathered, they built these places, these monuments to spectacle and violence. The amphitheater is enormous, walls of stone rising high into the sky, tier upon tier of seats, thousands of people sitting, standing, watching, waiting. The sun beats down. It is hot, always hot in the arena. The stone reflects the heat. The sand on the floor shimmers. People fan themselves, drink water, eat snacks bought from vendors who move through the crowd. They are here to be entertained, to see something exciting, something they cannot see anywhere else. They are here to watch people fight animals, and among the entertainers are the bestiarii, the animal fighters. Let us understand what this means, who these men were, what they did. The bestiarii were not gladiators. This is important. Gladiators fought other men, trained warriors facing trained warriors. That was the main event, the prestigious fight, the one people came to see. But before the gladiators, there were other acts, other spectacles, and one of these was the animal hunt, the venatio. Wild animals were brought into the arena, and men were sent in to fight them. These men were the bestiarii. Some of them were criminals, condemned men, sentenced to death for their crimes, murder, theft, treason, refusing to honor the emperor, being Christian in times when Christianity was illegal. These criminals were given a choice that was not really a choice: fight the animals, or be executed some other way: crucifixion, burning, beheading. Most chose the arena. At least there was a chance, a small chance, a tiny hope that they might survive, might impress the crowd, might be pardoned. But that almost never happened. These condemned bestiarii were given minimal training, sometimes no training at all. They were handed a weapon, a short sword, a spear, sometimes just a stick, and they were pushed into the arena. The gates would open. An animal would charge out: a lion, a leopard, a bear, and the condemned man would face it. Most died quickly, mauled, torn apart. The crowd would cheer, would gasp, would place bets on how long the man would last. It was brutal, horrifying, but it was also entertainment, and Romans loved it. However, not all bestiarii were condemned criminals. Some were professionals, men who chose this life, who trained for it, who made it their occupation. These professional bestiarii were different. They were skilled, experienced. They knew how to fight animals, how to move, how to read the beast's body language, how to strike at the right moment. Let us imagine one of these men. His name is Carpophorus. This is not a random name. Carpophorus was a real bestiarius, famous in his time, mentioned in ancient writings, praised for his skill and courage. Carpophorus is standing in a dim corridor beneath the arena, the Hypogeum, the underground network of tunnels and cages and rooms that exists below the sand floor. He can hear the crowd above, their voices muffled by stone and wood. The roar when something exciting happens, the cheering, the shouting. He is waiting. His turn is coming soon. He is dressed simply, a tunic, leather straps wrapped around his arms for protection, sandals, no armor. Armor is for gladiators. Bestiari, fight, light, delano, kai, need to be fast, need to be able to move. In his hand is a spear, long, sturdy, with a sharp iron point. This is his primary weapon, his best chance against a large animal. He also has a short sword at his belt, a backup, in case the spear breaks, in case he loses it, in case the animal gets too close. He breathes slowly, steadily, preparing himself. He has done this many times before, dozens of times, maybe hundreds, but it never gets easy. Every fight could be his last. An attendant approaches. "You're next," the man says. "Lion, big one, from Africa." Carpophorus nods. A lion. He has fought lions before, knows their patterns. They are fast, powerful. They go for the throat, or they try to knock you down and maul you. The key is to keep distance. Use the spear. Strike before they get too close. He hears the mechanism above him creak and groan. The pulley system, the elevators that will raise him up into the arena, into the light, into the noise. He steps onto the platform. The attendant signals. The elevator begins to rise. Slowly, slowly, the darkness gives way to light. The floor of the arena appears. Hot sand, blood-stained from earlier fights. The crowd comes into view. Thousands of faces looking down at him. The noise hits him like a wave. Cheering back, booing, shouting. Some people know him, recognize him. They call his name. Carpophorus. Carpophorus. He does not acknowledge them, does not wave. He is focused, scanning the arena, looking for the animal. There, on the other side. Another gate is opening, a cage being lifted, and inside, movement. Yellow fur, pioneer summer, a mane dark and thick. The lion, it emerges cautiously, blinking in the bright sunlight. Confused, angry. It has been kept in a dark cage for days, maybe weeks. Fed little, tormented, made aggressive. Now it is free, and there is a man in front of it. The lion sees Carpophorus. Its eyes lock on him. Its body tenses. It is deciding, calculating. Should it attack? Should it flee? The crowd goes silent, waiting, watching. Carpophorus does not move, does not make a sound. He holds his spear ready, feet planted, knees slightly bent, ready to react. The lion takes a step forward, then another. It is moving slowly, stalking, like it would stalk prey in the wild. Carpophorus tracks its movement, turns slightly to keep facing it, never taking his eyes off it. The lion stops. It crouches low, muscles coiling. Carpophorus knows what is coming. The lion charges. It is fast, incredibly fast, covering the distance in seconds. A blur of muscle and teeth and claws. Carpophorus waits, his heart pounding, every instinct screaming at him to run. But he cannot run. There is nowhere to go. He must stand his ground. At the last moment, just as the lion is about to reach him, he moves. He steps to the side, plants the butt of his spear in the sand, angles the point toward the lion. The lion cannot stop, cannot change direction. Its own momentum carries it forward, onto the spear. The point enters its chest, drives deep. The lion roars, a sound of pain and fury that echoes through the arena. Carpophorus releases the spear, jumps back, away from the thrashing animal. The lion is wounded. The spear is stuck in its body, but it is not dead, not yet. It twists, tries to bite at the spear, tries to pull it out with its paws. Blood pours from the wound, dark red, soaking into the sand. The crowd is on its feet, screaming, some cheering for Carpophorus, some hoping the lion will recover, will kill him, will make the fight more interesting. Carpophorus draws his sword. He circles the lion, watching, waiting for an opening. The lion sees him, snarls. It tries to charge again, but the spear in its chest slows it. It stumbles, falls to its knees. Carpophorus moves in, quick, eye, precise. He drives his sword into the lion's neck, severing arteries. The lion collapses, blood pooling beneath it, its breathing shallow, ragged, and then it is still. The crowd erupts, cheering, applauding. Carpophorus has won Dantway. Again, he stands over the dead lion, his chest heaving, his hands shaking from adrenaline. But his face is calm, controlled. He raises his sword briefly, acknowledges the crowd, then turns and walks toward the gate. Attendants rush out. They drag the lion's body away, rake the sand to cover the blood, prepare for the next fight. Carpophorus descends back into the hypogeum, back into the dim corridors. He hands his weapons to an attendant, sits down on a bench, drinks water, tries to slow his breathing. He survived again, but there will be another fight tomorrow or the day after. There is always another fight. This was the life of a professional bestiarius. Fight after fight, animal after animal, lions, bears, leopards, die, wild boars, sometimes multiple animals at once, sometimes exotic creatures brought from the far corners of the empire. There are records of bestiari fighting elephants, rhinoceroses, crocodiles, even ostriches, though those fights were more comedic than dangerous. The bestiarii who survived long enough became skilled. They learned the patterns of different animals, how each species attacked, how to defend against each one. Lions were fast and aggressive. You had to be quick, had to strike first. Bears were strong and unpredictable. They could take multiple wounds and keep fighting. You had to be patient, wear down. Leopards were cunning. They would circle, look for weaknesses. You had to stay alert, never let your guard down. Wild boars were dangerous because of their tusks, and because they charged without warning. You had to be ready to dodge, to move fast. Each animal required a different strategy, a different approach. The bestiari who mastered these differences were the ones who lived longest. But even the best bestiari were never truly safe. One mistake, one moment of hesitation, one unlucky slip in the sand, and it was over. There are tombstones of bestiari that have survived, carved stones marking their graves. Some show images of the men fighting animals. Some list their achievements, how many fights they won, how many beasts they killed. One tombstone reads, "Here lies Victor, bestiarius. He fought bears and survived 20 contests. The crowd loved him. The gods took him anyway." It is a simple epitaph, but it tells a story. A life lived in the arena, a life of violence and risk, a life that ended, as so many did, too soon. The bestiari were not heroes in the way we might think of heroes. They were not fighting for freedom, not fighting for justice. They were fighting for survival, for money, for a chance at a better life. Some of them were slaves, owned by a lanista, a trainer who rented them out for games. These bestiari fought because they had no choice. Their earnings went to their owner. They lived and died at someone else's command. Others were free men, poor men, men with no other prospects. They signed contracts, agreed to fight for a certain period, in exchange for payment, for food and shelter, for a chance to prove themselves. If they survived long enough, if they became famous enough, they could earn good money, could buy their freedom if they were slaves, could retire if they were free, could live out their remaining years in peace. But most did not make it that far. The mortality rate for bestiari was high, higher than for gladiators, because animals were unpredictable. You could not negotiate with an animal, could not appeal to its mercy, could not surrender and hope to be spared. An animal fought on instinct, on hunger, diet, on fear and pain and rage, and it did not stop until it was dead, or until you were. Let us think about the animals for a moment, where they came from, how they arrived at the arena. The Roman Empire was vast. It stretched from Britain to Egypt, from Spain to Syria, and everywhere the Romans went, they found animals. In Africa, they captured lions, leopards, elephants, crocodiles. These animals were trapped by professional hunters, locals who knew the land, who knew where the animals lived, how to catch them. The animals were put in cages, transported across the desert, loaded onto ships, sailed across the Mediterranean to Rome or other major cities. In the forests of Germania and Gaul, they captured bears, wolves, wild boars. These animals were dangerous to catch. Many hunters died in the process. From the east came tigers, rare and exotic, prized for their beauty and ferocity. The logistics of bringing these animals to Rome were enormous. It required money, organization, networks of hunters and traders and transporters, and it was all for entertainment, for a few hours of spectacle in the arena. Thousands of animals died this way, tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands over the centuries. Entire populations were depleted. Some species were driven to near extinction in certain regions. But the Romans did not think about conservation, did not think about the long-term impact. They thought about the games, about impressing the crowd, about showing the power and reach of the empire. And the bestiari were part of that system. They were the performers, the men who made the spectacle possible. Some of them took pride in their work, saw themselves as skilled professionals, as athletes of a sort. They trained hard, stayed in shape, studied their opponents. Others simply endured, did what they had to do to survive, counted the days until their contract was up, until they could walk away, and some grew numb to it. The violence, the blood, the death. It became routine. Just another day, just another animal, just another fight. But beneath it all, there was always fear, because no matter how skilled you were, no matter how many fights you had won, the next one could kill you. Carpophorus, the famous bestiarius we imagined earlier, was said to have killed 20 animals in a single day. 20. Lions died, bears, leopards died too, one after another. The crowd went wild. He became a legend. But even Carpophorus died eventually. We do not know how. The records do not say. Perhaps in the arena, perhaps of old age if he was lucky enough to retire. But he died, as everyone does, and the games continued. Other bestiari took his place, fought the animals, entertained the crowds, died or survived, were remembered or forgotten. The bestiari were part of the blood and spectacle that Romans craved. They were not the stars, not the main attraction, but they were essential. They warmed up the crowd, set the tone, showed that the day's entertainment would be thrilling, dangerous, worth watching, and in doing so, they risked everything, their bodies, their lives, their futures. Let us step back now, back from the heat of the arena, back from the roar of the crowd, back from the blood-soaked sand. Let the image of Carpophorus fade. Let the sound of the lion's final roar grow quiet. Let the amphitheater empty. Let the seats grow dark. The bestiari did their work, and then they were gone, leaving behind only traces, tombstones, mentions in old texts, echoes of a brutal entertainment that once filled the Roman world. As the sun sets on the arena, let us move on. Let us find another occupation, another story, another life lived in the ancient world, waiting quietly to be told. Now, let us go to the water, to the harbor, to the docks where ships arrive and depart. We leave behind the blood and sand of the arena. We leave behind the noise of the crowd. We step into a different world, a world of salt and waves, of wind and creaking wood, of gulls crying overhead. Rome was not right on the coast. The city itself sat inland along the Tiber River, but it was connected to the sea, connected to the wider world. And at the port of Ostia, just a short distance away, the Mediterranean came to Rome. Ships arrived here constantly, from Egypt carrying grain, from Spain carrying olive oil and wine, from Greece carrying marble and pottery, from Africa carrying exotic goods, spices, fabrics, animals for the arena. The harbor at Ostia was busy, always busy. Merchants shouting, sailors calling to each other, dock workers loading and unloading cargo, the creak of ropes, the splash of oars. the slap of waves against wooden hulls. This was the lifeline of Rome. The city depended on these ships, on the grain that fed 1,000,000 people, on the oil that lit their lamps, on the wine that filled their cups. Without the harbor, Rome would starve. But the sea was dangerous. Storms came without warning. Ships were fragile, built of wood and held together with rope and tar, and accidents happened. A ship might strike rocks near the harbor entrance, might spring a leak, might capsize in rough waters, and when a ship went down, its cargo went with it, amphorae filled with wine, sinking to the bottom, clay jars of olive oil, settling into the mud, crates of pottery dye, statues, coins, all disappearing beneath the waves. This cargo was valuable, very valuable. A ship owner could lose his entire fortune if his vessel sank. Merchants could be ruined. Insurance of a sort existed, but it did not cover everything. So when something valuable went down, someone had to go get it. Someone had to dive beneath the surface, into the dark water, to the bottom of the harbor, and bring it back up. This was the job of the urinators, the divers. Let us imagine one of them. His name is Titus. He is in his 30s, strong, lean dino, his skin darkened by the sun, his hands calloused and rough. He stands on the dock, looking out at the water. A merchant approaches him. The man is anxious, wringing his hands. "My ship," he says. "It went down yesterday, just outside the harbor, not deep, maybe 20 feet. There were 10 amphorae of expensive wine aboard. Falernian wine, worth a fortune. Can you get them?" Titus considers. 20 feet. That is manageable. He has dived deeper, much deeper. But every dive is a risk. "How much?" he asks. They negotiate. A price is agreed upon. If Titus recovers the amphorae, he will be paid a portion of their value, enough to make the dive worth his while. He prepares. He removes his tunic, stands in just a simple loincloth. Less clothing means less drag in the water, means he can move more freely. He stretches, loosens his muscles, takes a few deep breaths, filling his lungs, preparing his body for what is to come. A small boat takes him out to the site. The merchant comes along, points to the location. "Here," he says. "The ship went down here." Titus looks down and into the water. It is murky, green-brown. He cannot see the bottom, cannot see the wreck. He will have to find it by feel, by searching in the darkness. He takes a rope from the boat, ties one end around his waist. The other end stays in the boat. This is his lifeline. If something goes wrong, if he gets stuck, if he runs out of air, they can pull him up. He stands at the edge of the boat, takes one final deep breath, fills his lungs completely, holds the air, and then he dives. The water is cold, shockingly cold. It always is, no matter how many times he does this. The cold hits his skin, his chest, tries to force the air from his lungs. But Titus is used to it. He pushes through the shock, kicks his legs, pulls with his arms, descending down into the murky water. The light fades quickly. The bright sun above becomes dim, green, tiny, then darker, the water pressing against his ears, his eyes, his chest. He opens his eyes. The salt stings, but he ignores it. He needs to see, needs to find the wreck. He descends 10 feet, down 15 feet, his lungs beginning to burn, the pressure building. But he keeps going 20 feet. The bottom comes into view. Mud, dike, rocks, walks, seaweed swaying in the current, and there, the outline of a ship, or what remains of it. The hull is broken, split open, dike. The mast has fallen. Cargo is scattered across the seabed. Amphorae, some intact, some broken, their contents long since dispersed into the water. Titus swims closer. His lungs are burning now, screaming for air. But he needs to assess the situation, needs to see what can be recovered. He counts the amphorae. 6 intact, 4 broken. The merchant will not be happy about the broken ones, but 6 is better than none. He grabs one of the intact amphorae. Heavy, very heavy. Even in water it has weight. He cannot carry it to the surface, not while swimming. He will need to tie the rope around it. Let them pull it up from the boat. But his air is running out. His vision is starting to blur at the edges. His chest is tight, painful. He needs to surface. Now, he releases the amphora, kicks hard, shoots upward, his arms pulling, his legs kicking. The surface seems impossibly far away. Up, up, dot. The light growing brighter, his lungs about to burst, and then he breaks through, into the air, into the light. He gasps, great gulping breaths, his chest heaving, his heart pounding. The men in the boat are shouting, asking if he is all right, if he found anything. He nods, cannot speak yet, just breathes, letting his body recover, letting the oxygen flood back into his blood. After a minute, maybe 2, he can speak. 6 amphorae, he says, intact. I will need to tie ropes to them, pull them up one at a time. The merchant nods eagerly. Yes, yes, whatever you need to do. Titus rests for a few more minutes. Then he prepares to dive again. He takes the rope, breathes deeply, and down he goes. Again, and again, and again. Each dive, he ties a rope around an amphora, signals to the boat by tugging the rope. They pull it up while he stays below, guiding it, making sure it does not snag on the wreck. When his air runs out, he surfaces, rests, and dives again. It takes hours. 6 dives, 6 amphorae recovered. By the end, Titus is exhausted. His muscles ache. His head pounds from the pressure changes. His skin is wrinkled and pale from being in the water so long. But the job is done. The merchant is pleased. He pays Titus, counts out the coins, thanks him profusely. Titus takes the money, nods, climbs back into his boat, rows back to shore. His work is finished. For today, this was the life of a urinator. Diving guy over and over. into cold, dark water, holding his breath until his lungs burned, searching, recovering, surfacing, resting, and diving again. It was exhausting work, dangerous work, but it was also necessary work, and it paid well, better than many other jobs available to a poor Roman. The urinators were not slaves usually. They were free men, professionals. They had a skill that few others possessed, the ability to dive deep, to hold their breath for a long time, to work underwater. Some urinators were better than others. Some could dive deeper, hold their breath longer, stay down for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, even longer in rare cases. These exceptional divers were in high demand. They could charge more, could take on more difficult jobs, could make a good living. But all urinators faced the same risks, the same dangers that came with diving without modern equipment. There were no oxygen tanks, no diving suits, no masks or goggles, just the air in their lungs, just their bodies, just their skill and courage. The risks were many. You could run out of air while still underwater. Your lungs could give out. You could panic, swim in the wrong direction, get disoriented in the murky water, not know which way was up. You could get tangled in ropes, in seaweed, in the wreckage of ships. You could get stuck, unable to free yourself, unable to reach the surface. You could black out from lack of oxygen, your body shutting down, unconsciousness coming suddenly, and then drowning, silent, alone, at the bottom of the harbor. You could suffer from the pressure. The deeper you went, the more pressure pressed against your body, your ears, your sinuses, your lungs. It caused pain, injury, permanent damage. Some urinators lost their hearing. The pressure ruptured their eardrums, left them deaf. Some developed chronic headaches from the repeated pressure changes, from diving too often, too deep. Some died, their bodies found floating, or not found at all, claimed by the sea. But still, men became urinators, because the money was good, because it was better than other options, because they were good at it, and because the work was needed. Ships sank regularly. Cargo went overboard. Valuable items were lost to the water, and someone had to recover them. The urinators also did other work, not just recovering cargo. They also repaired underwater structures, the pilings that supported docks, the wooden posts driven into the seabed. These posts could rot, could become damaged by storms, by shipworms that ate through the wood. When a post needed repair, a urinator would dive down. He would bring tools, a saw, a hammer, nails. He would work underwater, cutting away the damaged wood, attaching new pieces, securing them in place. This was incredibly difficult, holding your breath, working with tools, fighting the current, that all at the same time. But the urinators managed. They developed techniques, ways of working efficiently, ways of conserving air, ways of doing as much as possible in a single dive. They also cleared debris from harbors, rocks that had fallen, sunken boats that blocked passages, garbage that accumulated. All of this needed to be removed to keep the harbor functioning, to keep ships safe. The urinators would dive down, assess the debris, tie ropes around it if it was large, signal for it to be pulled up, or they would carry smaller pieces to the surface themselves. It was monotonous work sometimes, unglamorous, but essential. Without the urinators, harbors would become clogged, dangerous, unusable. There are records of urinators in ancient Rome. Legal texts mention them. They were recognized as a profession, had certain rights, certain protections under the law. There are also tombstones, gravestones marking the burials of urinators. Some of these stones have carvings, images of the men at work, diving, holding tools, swimming underwater. One tombstone, found near Ostia, shows a urinator holding what looks like a hooked pole, a tool for grabbing things underwater. The inscription reads, "Here lies Gaius Mutius, urinator. He dived for 20 years. The sea took him in the end." Another tombstone shows a urinator with a rope around his waist, descending into stylized waves. The inscription says, "Marcus Finius, urinator, beloved husband, skilled diver, taken too soon." These simple stones tell us that the urinators were real people, with families, with lives outside their work. They were not just tools, not just laborers. They were men, and they were remembered. Let us think about the physical toll of this work, diving repeatedly, day after day, year after year. What did it do to the body? The urinators developed incredible lung capacity. From holding their breath so often, their lungs became stronger, more efficient. They could hold more air, use it more slowly. Their muscles became lean and strong from swimming, from fighting currents, from carrying heavy objects underwater. But there was damage too. The cold water affected their joints, caused stiffness, pain, arthritis in later years. The pressure changes affected their ears, their sinuses, caused headaches, dizziness, long-term problems, and the constant strain on their bodies meant they aged quickly. A urinator in his 40s might have the body of a man in his 60s, worn out, tired, used up. Most urinators did not work into old age. They could not. Their bodies could not handle it anymore. They would retire, find other work, quieter work on land. Some became fishermen, using their knowledge of the water in a different way. Some became dock workers, loading and unloading ships, still connected to the harbor, but not diving anymore. Some opened small businesses, shops, taverns, using the money they had saved from their diving years. But some had saved nothing, had spent their earnings as they came, on food, on drink, on trying to enjoy life while they could. These men had nothing when they could no longer dive. They begged, or they died in poverty. The life of a urinator was hard, but it was also, in its way, free. They worked for themselves, chose their own jobs, set their own prices. They were not slaves, not servants. They had agency, control, died, even if it was limited, and there was a kind of peace in diving. When you were underwater, when the noise of the world was muted, when it was just you and the water and the quiet pressure all around. Some urinators spoke of this, how the world above disappeared when they dived, how there was a strange calm, a silence, even as their lungs burned. even as fear whispered at the edges of their mind. For a moment, underwater, they were alone, completely alone, in a way that was impossible on land, and some found that solitude comforting, meditative even. Others hated it, hated the darkness, the cold, the pressure, the fear. They dived because they had to, because it paid, but they never enjoyed it, never found peace in it. Let us imagine Titus again, our urinator. After a long day of diving, he returns home, a small apartment near the harbor, just a room, simple, sparse. He washes the salt from his skin, from his hair. The water in the basin is cold, but he is used to cold water. It no longer bothers him the way it once did. He dresses in a clean tunic, sits down, eats a simple meal, bread, cheese, olives, washed down with watered wine. His body aches, his ears ring slightly, a constant reminder of the pressure, of the dives. But he is alive, and he earned money today, enough to eat, enough for rent, enough to save a little. Tomorrow, he will dive again, or the day after, whenever someone needs him, whenever a ship goes down, whenever cargo is lost. He will be there, ready, willing, because this is what he does. This is who he is, a urinator, a diver, a man who goes where others cannot, who recovers what others have lost, who risks his life for coins. It is not a glorious life, not a celebrated life, but it is his life, and he lives it the best he can. Let us rest here for a moment. Let the image of the harbor fade. Let the sound of the waves grow distant. Let the cold water recede. The urinators did their work in silence, beneath the surface, out of sight, but their work mattered. It kept commerce flowing, kept the harbor functioning, kept Rome connected to the world. As the evening grows quiet, let us move on. Let us find another occupation, another story, another piece of the Roman world, waiting to be told. Night is falling over Rome. The sun has set. The sky is darkening, fading from blue to purple to deep indigo. The first stars are beginning to appear, small points of light in the vast darkness above. The city is changing. The noise of the day is fading. The markets are closing. The dealers packing up their goods. The crowds thinning. People returning to their homes, to their apartments, to their evening meals. Soon the streets will be plunged into shadow, into darkness. And Rome at night is different from Rome during the day. It is quieter, emptier, dark, more dangerous. But not all the streets will be completely dark. Not all the city will be surrendered to shadow, because there are people whose job is to light the lamps, to push back against the darkness, to create small islands of light in the night. These are the lamplighters. Let us follow one of them. His name is Felix. He is a slave, property of the city, or rather, property of a wealthy citizen who has contracted with the city to provide this service, to keep certain streets lit, certain public spaces visible. Felix is perhaps 40 years old, gray beginning to show in his hair, his face lined, his hands rough. He has been doing this work for many years, since he was a young man, since before he can remember wanting to do anything else. It is dusk now. The light is fading fast, Felix gathers his tools. A long wooden pole. At the end of it, a small metal cup. Inside the cup, a burning wick, fed by a reservoir of oil. This is his torch, his source of flame. He also carries a small bag. Inside are extra wicks, a bit of oil, tools for adjusting the lamps if needed, everything he might require during his rounds. He steps out into the street. The air is cooling. He comes in from the Tiber, carrying the smell of the river, of mud and fish and distant rain. Felix begins to walk. He knows his route by heart, has walked it thousands of times. Every evening, the same path, the same lamps, one after another. He comes to the first lamp. It sits in a small niche carved into the wall of a building, a public building, the office of a magistrate perhaps, or a temple, or a bathhouse. Places that matter, places that deserve light. The lamp itself is simple, made of clay, shaped like a shallow bowl with a spout. The spout holds the wick. The bowl holds the oil. Olive oil, the same oil used for cooking, for cleaning, for anointing the body. It burns well, burns clean, and Rome has plenty of it. Felix reaches up with his pole. The flame at the end of his torch touches the wick in the lamp. For a moment, nothing happens. Then the wick catches. A small flame appears, flickering, growing stronger, steadying. Light blooms in the niche, not bright, not like daylight, but enough to see the wall, the street in front of it, a circle of visibility in the gathering darkness. Felix moves on to the next lamp, and the next, one by one. He lights them. His movements are practiced, efficient. He does not waste time, does not pause to admire his work. He simply lights the lamp and continues. There are many lamps to light, and the darkness is coming quickly. He walks down a main street, one of the busiest in Rome during the day. Now it is quieter. A few people still about, hurrying home. A merchant closing his shop. A woman carrying a basket. A man walking quickly, head down. They do not acknowledge Felix, do not thank him. He is just part of the scenery, part of the routine, expected but invisible. The lamps along this street are more elaborate, made of bronze instead of clay, decorated with reliefs, images of gods, dolphins, and sardines. These lamps belong to wealthy homeowners, people who take pride in their property, who want their section of street to look good. Felix lights each one. The bronze gleams in the firelight, beautiful in its way, but Felix barely notices. He has seen these lamps so many times. They no longer register as special. He turns down a narrower street. The buildings here are taller, apartment blocks, insulae, rising 4, 5, even 6 stories, housing hundreds of people, the poor and working classes of Rome. The lamps here are fewer, simpler, clay, undecorated, functional. The city provides them, or sometimes a local benefactor, someone trying to earn goodwill in the neighborhood. Felix lights them, one by one, the street slowly brightening, small pools of light every 20 feet or so, not continuous, not enough to fully illuminate the street, but better than complete darkness. A cat darts across the street, eyes glowing green, in the lamplight. It disappears into an alley. Felix pays it no mind, continues his work. He reaches a small square, a fountain in the center, water trickling from a stone spout, the sound gentle, soothing. A few people are gathered here, filling jugs with water, talking quietly. There are lamps around the square, 6 of them, positioned at intervals. Felix lights them all. The square brightens. The fountain becomes visible. The people become clearer, less like shadows. One of them, an old woman, nods to Felix. A small acknowledgement. Felix nods back, continues on his way. The work is meditative in a sense, repetitive, calming, the same motion over and over. Reach up, touch the flame to the wick, wait for it to catch, move on. There is a rhythm to it, a pattern. Felix finds it comforting, even after all these years. He thinks about nothing in particular as he works. Sometimes his mind wanders, remembers the past, his childhood, before he was a slave, or what little he remembers of it. He was very young when he was taken, sold, brought to Rome. Sometimes he thinks about his day, the small tasks he completed before the evening, fetching water, cleaning the lamps during daylight, refilling them with oil, trimming the wicks, all the preparation that makes the evening lighting possible. Sometimes he thinks about nothing at all, just walks, just lights, just exists in the moment, in the rhythm of the work. He turns down another street. This one is darker, quieter, fewer lamps. The buildings here are older, less well maintained. Some are crumbling, plaster falling from walls, tiles missing from roofs. This is not a wealthy neighborhood, not a priority for the city, but there are still a few lamps, and Felix lights them, because that is his job, because every bit of light helps. The darkness here feels heavier, more oppressive. The lamps seem smaller, their light weaker, but they burn nonetheless, pushing back against the night, creating tiny sanctuaries of visibility. Felix knows that not everyone appreciates the lamps. Not everyone wants light. Thieves prefer darkness. Criminals operate better in shadow. The lamps make their work harder, make them more visible, more likely to be caught. But that is not Felix's concern. He does not decide where the lamps go, does not choose which streets to light. He simply does what he is told, lights what he is given to light. He has been walking for over an hour now. The sky is fully dark. No more twilight, just night. The moon is rising, a thin crescent, offering little light of its own. Felix's route takes him past temples, past public buildings, past the homes of the wealthy and the apartments of the poor, past markets and bathhouses and fountains, all the varied spaces that make up a Roman city, and everywhere he lights the lamps, creating a network of light, a pathway through the darkness, not continuous, not complete, but present, real. He comes to a temple, the temple of Vesta, perhaps, or Jupiter, or Saturn. The temples are considered sacred, important. They always have lamps, always well maintained, always lit. There are several lamps here, on either side of the entrance, along the steps. Felix lights them carefully, respectfully, even though he is just a slave. Even though he may not share the beliefs of those who worship here, he understands that this place matters to others, and he treats it accordingly. The priest on duty, an old man in white robes, watches from the doorway. He does not speak, just watches, making sure the lamps are lit properly, making sure Felix does his job. Felix finishes, nods to the priest, moves on. His torch is burning lower now. The oil in the reservoir running out. He pauses, opens his bag, adds more oil, adjusts the wick. The flame grows stronger again. He continues. He walks past a tavern. The door is open. Light spills out. Warm got worn. Yellow. The sound of voices. Laughter. Singing. People drinking. Eating. Enjoying themselves. Felix does not go in. He is working. And besides, he is a slave. He has no money for taverns. No freedom to waste time drinking. His evening belongs to his master, to the city, to the lamps. But he can smell the food. Roasted meat, bread, wine dayo. His stomach rumbles slightly. He ate earlier. A simple meal. Porridge. A bit of bread. But the smell reminds him that he is hungry. Always a little hungry. That is the life of a slave. He pushes the thought away, focuses on the work, lights the next lamp, and the next. He is nearly finished now, nearly at the end of his route. The lamps behind him are burning, creating a trail of light through the city, a string of small flames, marking his passage. He lights the last lamp. A simple clay lamp in a niche on a street corner. The flame catches, burns steady. Felix lowers his pole. His work is done. For tonight, he turns, begins to walk back to the building where he sleeps, where the other slaves sleep. A room with straw mattresses on the floor, crowded, smelling of sweat and unwashed bodies. But it is shelter. It is a place to rest. As he walks, he looks at the lamps he has lit. They are still burning, still pushing back the darkness. How long will they burn? It depends on how much oil is in each lamp. Some will burn all night. Others will flicker out after a few hours. In the morning, someone else will come. Another slave, or the same slave on a different shift. They will extinguish the lamps that are still burning, will refill them, will trim the wicks, will prepare them for the next evening, and tomorrow night Felix will do this again, will walk the same route, will light the same lamps, over and over, night after night, year after year. It is not exciting work, not meaningful in the way that other work might be. No one will remember Felix. No one will build monuments to the lamplighter. No one will write poems about him. But the work matters nonetheless, because without the lamps, the streets would be darker, more dangerous. People would be afraid to go out at night, would huddle in their homes, would be trapped by the darkness. The lamps provide safety, security, a sense that the city is watching, that civilization has not completely surrendered to the night. And Felix, humble Felix, slave Felix, is the one who makes that possible. His hands, his work, his nightly journey through the streets. Let us think for a moment about what Rome was like at night, without electric lights, without street lights on every corner, without the constant illumination we take for granted. At night, Rome was dark, truly dark, the kind of darkness we rarely experience in the modern world, the kind where you cannot see your hand in front of your face, where every shadow could hide danger, where every sound is amplified, threatening. Most people stayed home at night. It was too risky to go out, too easy to get lost, too easy to stumble and fall, too easy to be robbed. Or worse, the wealthy, if they had to go out, traveled with slaves carrying torches, creating a moving bubble of light, protecting them, guiding them, announcing their presence. The poor had no such luxury. If they had to go out at night, they went carefully, slowly, feeling their way, or they carried small oil lamps, clay lamps that could fit in the palm of the hand, the flame tiny, fragile, but better than nothing. The public lamps helped. They were not everywhere, not nearly enough, but they marked important places, important routes. They created landmarks. Turn left at the third lamp. Meet me by the lamp near the fountain. The lamps became reference points, ways of navigating the darkness, and they created a psychological effect too, a feeling of order, of structure. The lamp said, "The city is still here, still functioning, still civilized, even in the darkness." This was why the lamplighters mattered, why their work, humble as it was essential. Felix reaches the building where he lives. He goes inside, finds the small room where he sleeps. Several other slaves are already there, lying on their mattresses, some asleep, some talking quietly. Felix puts away his pole, his bag. He lies down on his mattress. The straw pokes through the thin fabric, uncomfortable, but he is used to it. He closes his eyes. His body is tired. His legs ache from all the walking. His arms are sore from reaching up repeatedly, but it is a good tired. The tired of work done, of duty fulfilled. Tomorrow he will wake early, will do his daytime tasks, will prepare the lamps, and when evening comes, he will walk the streets again, will light the lamps again, will keep the darkness at bay for a few more years at least, until he is too old, too weak, too tired, and then someone younger will take his place, will walk his route, will light his lamps. But for now, it is his work, his responsibility, his small contribution to the functioning of Rome. And in the darkness of the room, as sleep begins to claim him, Felix allows himself a small moment of pride. He may be a slave, may be property, may be invisible to most of the city, but he has done something today, something that mattered. He has brought light to the darkness, and tomorrow he will do it again. Let us rest here. Let the image of Felix fade. Let the lamps continue to burn without us. Let the night settle over Rome. The lamplighters did their work in silence, in repetition, in humble service, but they kept the city alive after dark, kept people safe, kept the night from becoming completely overwhelming. As the hours grow quiet, let us move on. Let us find another occupation, another story, another life lived in the shadows of ancient Rome. Death comes to everyone, rich or poor, young or old, slave or free, emperor or beggar. In ancient Rome, as in every civilization, people died, and when they died, there were funerals. Death was a constant presence in Rome. Disease swept through the crowded apartment blocks. Infections that we could cure today killed within days. Childbirth claimed mothers and babies. Accidents happened. Construction workers fell from scaffolding. Dock workers were crushed by cargo. Children drowned in the Tiber. Old age took its toll. The average lifespan was short. If you survived childhood, you might live to 50, maybe 60 if you were lucky. But many did not survive childhood. Infant mortality was high, very high. Perhaps 1 in 3 children died before their 5th birthday. So the Romans were familiar with death, with grief, with loss. They developed elaborate rituals around it, ways of honoring the dead, ways of processing grief, ways of saying goodbye. For wealthy families, funerals were not private affairs. They were public events. They were displays, opportunities to show status, to show respect, to show the world how important the deceased had been, how loved, how missed. The funeral procession would wind through the streets, from the home of the deceased to the burial ground outside the city walls, or to the cremation site if the family preferred cremation. And the more impressive the procession, the better. Musicians would play flutes and horns, mournful melodies, slow rhythms, the sound echoing off the walls, drawing attention, making sure everyone knew what was happening. There would be bearers carrying the body on a funeral bier, decorated with flowers and ribbons. The deceased, dressed in their finest clothes, their face visible for all to see. One last display. Family members would walk behind, dressed in dark colors, faces somber. Some would be genuinely grieving, tears streaming down their faces, voices choked with emotion, the pain of loss, real and raw. But sometimes the family's grief was not enough. Sometimes they wanted more noise, more drama, more emotion, more spectacle. So they hired professional mourners. Let us meet one of them. Her name is Fabia. She is a woman in her 40s. Her face is lined, her hair graying, her voice strong and practiced. Fabia has been a professional mourner for 20 years, since she was young, since she needed money, and this was work she could do. Work that required no special training, no education, just the ability to cry on command, to perform grief, to make it look real. It is early morning. Fabia is at home, a small apartment in a crowded insula, just one room, sparsely furnished. She lives alone. Her husband died years ago. Her children are grown, gone, living their own lives. She is preparing for a funeral. She was hired yesterday by the family of a wealthy merchant. The merchant died suddenly. A stroke, perhaps, or a heart seizure. He was only 50, and his family wants to give him a proper send-off. They want mourners, 6 of them. Women, of course. Professional mourning is women's work in Rome. Men grieve differently, more stoically, more quietly. But women are expected to wail, to cry, to express emotion loudly. Fabia dresses carefully. She wears a dark tunic, simple, unadorned. Her hair is pulled back. No jewelry, no makeup. She needs to look like she is in mourning, like she belongs at a funeral. She meets the other mourners at the merchant's house. 5 other women. Some Fabia knows. They have worked together before. Others are strangers. But it does not matter. They all know what to do. The family steward briefs them, tells them about the deceased, his name, his accomplishments, his family, details they might need to reference to make their mourning sound authentic. He was a good man, the steward says. Generous, kind, he will be missed. The mourners nod. They do not ask questions, do not need to know more. Their job is not to know the man. Their job is to mourn him, to add to the spectacle, to make the funeral impressive. The procession begins. The body is brought out, placed on the bier. The family gathers. The musicians start to play, and the mourners begin their work. Fabia starts to cry, not loud at first, just soft, sobbing, her shoulders shaking, her hands covering her face, building the emotion gradually. The other mourners join in, one by one, their voices rising, joining together, creating a chorus of grief. They walk behind the family, close enough to be associated with them, close enough to seem like they might be relatives, distant cousins perhaps, or old friends. People would not know, would not question, would just see more grief, more loss. As the procession moves through the streets, the mourners increase their volume. Their wailing grows louder, more dramatic, more visible. Fabia tears at her hair, pulling it, a traditional sign of grief. She does not pull hard enough to actually hurt herself, just enough to look convincing, to create the effect. Another mourner scratches at her face. Light scratches, careful not to draw blood, but enough to leave red marks, to look like she is overcome with emotion, unable to control herself. Another beats her chest with her fists, crying out, "Why? Why has he been taken from us? So young, so good. The gods are cruel." The words are generic, could apply to anyone, but they sound passionate, heartfelt, like they come from genuine pain. People on the street stop to watch, to stare. Some remove their hats, bow their heads, show respect. Others just watch, curious, wondering who died, who is being mourned so loudly. The musicians play on, the slow, mournful tune. The mourners wail in rhythm with it, creating a symphony of grief, a performance of sorrow. Fabia has done this so many times. She knows exactly how to pace herself, how to build emotion, how to sustain it, how to make it look real without exhausting herself. She thinks about sad things, her own losses, her husband's death, her children leaving, the hardships of her life, and genuine tears come, mixing with the performed grief, making it authentic. This is the secret of a good professional mourner. You cannot fake it entirely. You have to tap into real emotion, real sadness, even if it is not about the person you are mourning, even if you never knew them. The procession continues through the streets, past the forum, past temples and shops and homes, a slow, winding journey, giving people time to see, to notice, to talk about it later. Did you see the funeral today? So many mourners. He must have been very important, very loved. This is what the family wants. This is why they hired Fabia and the others, to create that impression, to make the deceased seem more important than he might have actually been. Because in Rome, appearances matter. Status matters. How you are perceived matters. And a funeral with only a few mourners looks sad, pathetic, like the person was not valued, not important. But a funeral with many mourners looks impressive, looks like the person mattered, like they were loved, like their death is a real loss to the community. So the professional mourners provide that service. They fill the gaps. They create the spectacle. They make the funeral look good. After an hour of walking, the procession reaches the burial ground, outside the city walls, as Roman law requires. The dead cannot be buried within the city, only outside, in designated areas. The burial ground is filled with tombs, monuments, some large and elaborate, some small and simple. The wealthy have grand mausoleums, marble structures with columns and statues. The poor have simple stones, or wooden markers, or nothing at all. The merchant's family has a tomb already, a family tomb, where his ancestors are buried, where he will join them. The mourners gather around as the body is placed inside, or as it is prepared for cremation, if that is the family's choice. The exact details vary, but the mourners continue their work. They wail, they cry, they call out the merchant's name. Marcus Aurelius Severus, you have left us. You have gone to the shades. We will never forget you. Again, generic words, but spoken with passion, with volume, with drama. The family joins in. The widow is crying. Her tears are real. She has lost her husband. The children are crying too, some genuinely, some because they are expected to, but the professional mourners add to it. They amplify the grief, make it larger, louder, more impressive. Fabia throws dust on her head, an ancient gesture of mourning. She rubs it into her hair, her face, making herself look disheveled, broken, overcome. Another mourner tears at her clothing, rips the fabric at the neck, exposing her shoulder, a sign of anguish, of despair. The performance continues until the body is laid to rest, until the tomb is sealed, or until the cremation fire is lit. Then gradually, the mourners begin to quiet. Their wailing subsides. Their crying slows. It is time for the final lament, the last farewell. Fabia leads this. She has the strongest voice, the most experience. She steps forward, raises her hands, and begins to sing a mournful song, an old song, one that has been sung at Roman funerals for generations. The words speak of loss, of memory, of the journey to the underworld, of the hope that the deceased will find peace, will be welcomed by their ancestors, will rest eternally. The other mourners join in, their voices blending, creating a haunting melody. The family listens. Some are moved. Some continue to cry. Some just stand silent, numb. When the song ends, the funeral is over. The family will stay a while longer. We'll make offerings. We'll say private prayers. But the mourners are done. Their work is finished. The steward approaches, counts out coins, hands them to each mourner. Payment for their services. Fabia accepts hers, counts them quickly. The amount is correct. She nods, thanks the steward, and turns to leave. The other mourners disperse. Some walk together, talking quietly now. The performance over. Their voices normal, conversational. Some leave alone, heading home, to their own lives, their own concerns. Fabia walks slowly. She is tired, emotionally drained. Even though the grief was not entirely real, it still takes a toll. Crying for hours, wailing, expressing intense emotion. It exhausts you. Her throat is sore. Her eyes are puffy. Her head aches. She wants to go home, to rest, to have some water, some food, to be quiet. As she walks, she thinks about the funeral. It went well. The family seemed satisfied. The performance was convincing. She will likely be hired by them again for future funerals. The merchant had a large family. More deaths will come, more opportunities for work. This is how professional mourners build their reputation, by doing good work, by being convincing, by making funerals impressive. Word spreads. Families recommend you to other families, and you get more jobs. Fabia has a steady stream of work. Not every day. Funerals do not happen that often, even in a city as large as Rome, but often enough. A funeral every week or two, sometimes more, sometimes less. It is enough to survive, to pay rent, to buy food, to live. Not comfortably, not luxuriously, but adequately. She thinks about how she got into this work. It was not something she planned, not something she aspired to as a young woman. But when her husband died, she needed money, needed a way to support herself, and someone suggested mourning, said she had the voice for it, the presence. She tried it, and it worked. She was good at it, could cry convincingly, could perform grief in a way that looked and felt real. So she continued, and here she is, 20 years later, still doing it. Sometimes she wonders about the people she mourns. Who were they really? What were their lives like? Did they have joy, suffering, love, regret? She only knows what the family tells her. The sanitized version, the public image, but the real person remains unknown to her, a stranger, someone she cries for but never knew. It is strange, she thinks, to cry for strangers, to perform grief for money, but it is work, honest work, and someone has to do it, because wealthy families want impressive funerals, want to show their status, want to honor their dead in a public, visible way, and professional mourners make that possible. In a sense, Fabia provides a service. She helps families grieve, helps them express emotions they might not be able to express on their own, or helps them amplify emotions they do feel, makes the funeral more cathartic, more meaningful, more memorable. Or so she tells herself on the days when the work feels hollow, when she questions what she does, when she wonders if any of it matters. But most days, she does not think about it too deeply. She just does the work, shows up, performs, gets paid, goes home. and waits for the next funeral. Let us think about the other mourners she works with, the community of professional mourners in Rome. They know each other, see each other at funerals, sometimes work together, sometimes compete. There is a hierarchy of sorts. The most skilled mourners get hired for the most important funerals, for senators, for wealthy merchants, for prominent citizens. These funerals pay better, offer more prestige. Lesser mourners get hired for smaller funerals. Less important people, less money, but still work, still income. Fabia is somewhere in the middle. Not the most famous, not the most sought after, but reliable, competent, known for doing good work. She gets steady employment, and that is what matters. Some of the younger mourners look up to her, ask her for advice, how to cry more convincingly, how to pace yourself during a long funeral, how to make the grief look real. She shares what she knows, teaches them the tricks, the techniques. There is no formal training for professional mourners. You learn by doing, by watching others, by trial and error. She tells them, think of something sad, something real. Use that emotion, channel it, let it fuel your performance. She tells them, do not overdo it. Do not exhaust yourself in the first 10 minutes. Pace yourself. Build gradually. Sustain. She tells them, watch the family. Match their energy. If they are quiet and restrained, do not wail too loudly. If they are dramatic, match that. Follow their lead. The younger mourners listen, nod, try to apply the advice. Some succeed, become good at it, build their own reputations. Others struggle, fail to convince, do not get hired again. It is a competitive field in its own way. There are many women in Rome who could cry for money, but only the convincing ones get work. Only the ones who make it look real. Fabia has survived 20 years in this work. That is no small accomplishment. It means she is good at what she does. Consistently good. Reliable. She reaches her apartment, climbs the stairs, enters her room. The space is quiet, empty. She closes the door, sits down on her bed. She pours herself some water from a clay jug, drinks slowly. Her throat is grateful, the cool water soothing. She lies back, closes her eyes, lets the tension drain from her body. The funeral is over. The performance is done. She can rest now. Tomorrow, or the day after, there will be another funeral, another family needing mourners, another performance of grief, and she will do it again, will cry again, will wail and tear her hair and beat her chest. But for now, she rests in the quiet of her room, alone with her thoughts. She thinks about her own funeral. Someday, who will mourn for her? She has no family to hire professional mourners, no wealth to pay for an impressive procession. She will have a simple funeral, quiet, small, forgotten. But that is all right, she thinks. She has mourned for others, for strangers, for people who did not know her. Perhaps that is enough. Perhaps that is her contribution, her legacy. She has helped families say goodbye, has helped them honor their dead, has added beauty, in a strange way, to the ritual of death, has made funerals more memorable, more meaningful. Or perhaps she is just rationalizing. trying to find meaning in work that is, at its core, simply performance, simply pretending, simply crying for money. She does not know, and after 20 years, she has stopped trying to figure it out. She just does the work, and that is enough. Let us leave Fabia now. Let her rest. Let the quiet of her room settle over her. Let the exhaustion of the day give way to sleep. The professional mourners of Rome did work that seems strange to us, foreign, almost unthinkable. To cry for people you do not know, to perform grief as a job. It feels wrong somehow, inauthentic. But in Rome, it made sense. Funerals were public events, displays of status and respect. And if you needed help creating that display, you hired help, just like you would hire musicians, or bearers, or anyone else who contributed to the spectacle. The professional mourners filled a need, provided a service, made funerals more impressive, and in doing so, helped families navigate one of life's most difficult moments, the moment of saying goodbye. As the night grows deeper, let us move on. Let us find another occupation, another story, another piece of the complex tapestry that was ancient Rome. Let us imagine a marketplace, a busy square. The sun is high. The day is warm, perhaps too warm. The kind of heat that makes sweat gather at the back of your neck, that makes you seek shade wherever you can find it. The marketplace is full of life, full of noise. Vendors calling out, advertising their goods. Fresh fish caught this morning, olives from Spain, the finest you will find, pottery, beautiful pottery. Come and see. People move from stall to stall, examining goods, bargaining, haggling over prices. A woman picks up a melon, squeezes it, puts it down, picks up another. A man inspects a piece of cloth, holds it up to the light, checks for flaws. Children run between the stalls, playing, laughing. A dog trots past, looking for scraps, hoping someone will drop something edible. The air smells of food, of spices, of sweat, of animals, of life in all its messy, crowded intensity. And in one corner of the marketplace, slightly away from the main traffic, a man is sitting on a stool. He has a small table in front of him, simple, wooden, worn from use. On the table are tools, strange-looking tools, metal instruments, pliers of various sizes, some small, some large, some with smooth jaws, some with serrated edges. There are hooks, sharp and curved. There are picks, thin and pointed. There is a hammer, a chisel, all arranged neatly, all clean, or as clean as they can be. This is a tooth puller, kind of dentist, though not the kind we know today. Not the kind with a clean office and comfortable chairs and anesthesia and training in modern techniques. This man has none of those things. He has his tools, his experience, and his hands. His name is Lucius. He is perhaps 50 years old. His hair is gray, his face weathered. His hands are strong, scarred. He has been doing this work for 30 years, since he was a young man, since his father taught him, and his father's father before that. Tooth pulling runs in the family. Lucius sits on his stool, waiting, watching the crowd, looking for potential customers, people who might need his services. and he knows how to spot them. Someone holding their jaw, walking with that particular careful gait of someone in pain. Someone with a swollen cheek. Someone who looks tired, desperate, unable to sleep because of the throbbing ache in their mouth. He sees a man approaching, middle-aged, worker's clothes, rough hands. The man is holding his jaw. His face is twisted in pain, his eyes searching, looking for help. But Lucius stands, calls out, "Tooth pain? I can help. Sit. Let me look." The man hesitates, looks at the tools on the table. Fear flickers across his face. But the pain is worse than the fear. He has lived with this pain for days, maybe weeks. It has been getting worse, keeping him awake at night, making it impossible to eat, to think, to function. He needs relief, and Lucius offers it. The only way it can be offered. The man sits on the stool. Lucius leans in. "Open your mouth," he says. His voice is calm, professional. He has done this thousands of times. The man opens his mouth, winces as he does. Even the movement hurts. Lucius looks inside. He does not have much light, just the sun overhead. He tilts the man's head, angles it to catch the light better. He peers into the mouth, examining the teeth. Most of them are not good. Yellowed, worn down, some missing already. This is common. Dental hygiene in Rome is poor. People do not brush their teeth. Not really. Some use cloths to wipe them. Some chew on sticks. Some rinse with water or wine. But it is not enough. Decay is common, very common. Sugar is rare, which helps. But bread is a staple, and bread gets stuck between teeth, ferments, causes problems. And the grit in Roman bread from the stone mills used to grind grain wears down tooth enamel, creates damage. Lucius spots the problem tooth on the left side, near the back. It's darker than the others. The gum around it is swollen, red, angry, an abscess probably, an infection in the root, painful, dangerous if left untreated. Infections can spread, can kill. This one, Lucius says, pointing. It has to come out. The man nods. He already knew. He just needed confirmation. Needed someone to tell him, to make the decision for him. How much? The man asks. His voice is strained, tight with pain. 3 sestertii, Lucius says. A reasonable price. Affordable, even for a working man. Not cheap, but not extortionate. The man reaches into his pouch, counts out the coins, hands them to Lucius. Lucius pockets them. Then he turns to his tools. He selects a pair of pliers, medium-sized, strong jaws, good grip. He has many pliers, different sizes for different teeth. Front teeth are smaller, easier to grip. Back teeth are larger, require more force. He also picks up a cloth, hands it to the man. "Hold this," he says. "You will need it." The man takes the cloth, does not understand yet, but he will. Lucius positions himself, standing behind the man. This gives him the best angle, the best leverage. He reaches around, grips the man's head with one hand, steadying it, holding it firm. With his other hand, he brings the pliers to the man's mouth. "Open," he says. The man opens. His heart is racing. Lucius can see it in his eyes. The fear, the anticipation of pain. Lucius inserts the pliers. Carefully, he finds the bad tooth, positions the pliers around it. The jaws of the pliers close, gripping the tooth. Tight, very tight. The man flinches, makes a sound. But Lucius holds firm, holds his head steady, cannot let him move. Movement makes this harder, makes it more likely the tooth will break. And then Lucius pulls. Not gently. You cannot pull a tooth gently. You have to pull hard, fast, decisive. Use all your strength. Rock the tooth slightly to loosen it from the socket. Then yank. Hard-eyed, the man screams. A muffled scream, mouth full of metal and pain. His hands grip the sides of the stool, knuckles white, his body rigid, every muscle tensed. Lucius pulls harder. The tooth resists, held in place by the root, by the bone, by the gum. He rocks it again, side to side, loosening, loosening, and then he pulls with all his strength. The tooth gives way. Suddenly, a wet, tearing sound. Blood floods the man's mouth. The tooth comes free, still gripped in the pliers. Lucius steps back, holds up the tooth, shows it to the man. Done, he says simply. The man is gasping, tears streaming down his face, his mouth full of blood. He grabs the claw, presses it to his mouth, bites down on it. The bleeding is heavy, very heavy, but that is normal. That is expected. Lucius examines the tooth, checks to make sure it came out whole. Sometimes teeth break, especially if they are badly decayed. If part of the tooth stays in the gum, it has to be dug out with hooks, with picks. That is worse, much worse, more painful, more dangerous. But this tooth is whole, the root intact. Got a clean extraction. Lucius is satisfied. He drops the tooth into a bucket under his table. A bucket half filled with teeth, hundreds of them, maybe thousands. All the teeth he has pulled over the years. He keeps them, does not know why. Habit, perhaps, or evidence, proof of his work. The man is still biting down on the cloth, still crying, but beneath the pain, there is something else. Relief. Because the infected tooth is gone, the source of his agony removed. In a few days, once the socket heals, he will feel better, much better. Keep pressure on it, Lucius tells him. Bite down hard. Do not eat anything hot today. Soft foods only, porridge, soup, no wine for a few hours. It will bleed for a while. That is normal. If it does not stop by tomorrow, come back. The man nods, cannot speak, just nods. He stands, unsteady, walks away, still holding the cloth to his mouth, still crying, but alive. And in time, he will be well. Lucius sits back down on his stool, wipes the pliers clean with a rag, returns them to the table, ready for the next customer. This is his day. Customer after customer, pain after pain, tooth after tooth. Some extractions go smoothly, some do not. Some teeth break, some patients pass out from the pain. Some vomit, some thrash and have to be held down by assistant or by other customers. Volunteers from the crowd who help pin the person's arms hold their head steady. It is brutal work, but it is necessary work because tooth pain is unbearable. Anyone who has experienced a bad toothache knows this. It is not just discomfort, it is agony, constant, throbbing, consuming. It drives people mad, makes them desperate. And in ancient Rome, there are no other options. No painkillers, no antibiotics, no root canals, no fillings. If a tooth is bad, it comes out. That is the only solution. Lucius provides that solution for a price. He makes his living from other people's pain. It is not a pleasant thought, but it is reality. Let us think about what causes these tooth problems. Why do so many Romans need teeth pulled? Diet is part of it. Roman bread, the staple food, is rough. The grain is ground between stones, stone mills, and tiny particles of stone get into the flour, into the bread. When you eat this bread every day for years, those particles wear down your teeth, grind away the enamel, expose the softer layers beneath, create pathways for decay. Lack of dental care is another factor. Romans do not have toothbrushes. Some use twigs, frayed at the end, rubbing them against their teeth. Some use cloths, wrapped around a finger, wiping the teeth clean. Some rinse with water, with wine, with vinegar even, trying to clean their mouths. But it is not enough. Food particles remain between the teeth, along the gum line. They rot. Bacteria thrive. Cavities form. Gums become infected. Abscesses develop. And once an abscess forms, the pain begins. A dull ache at first. Easy to ignore, but it grows. Becomes sharper, more constant, spreads through the jaw, up into the head. Makes it impossible to sleep, impossible to concentrate. People try home remedies, chewing on cloves. The oil numbs slightly, helps a little. Rinsing with salt water reduces inflammation temporarily. Praying to the gods, asking for relief, for healing. But these remedies do not fix the problem, do not remove the infection, do not stop the decay. Eventually, the pain becomes unbearable, and people come to Lucius, or to someone like him. There are many tooth pullers in Rome. In any large city, they set up in marketplaces, in busy squares, anywhere with foot traffic, anywhere people gather. They compete with each other, call out to potential customers, try to attract business. Some are better than others. Some are skilled, experienced, quick. They know how to grip a tooth properly, how to apply force in the right direction, how to minimize breakage. Others are less skilled, rough, careless. They break teeth more often, cause more damage, leave fragments behind, create worse infections. Lucius is one of the better ones. He has experience, has learned from his mistakes, has developed techniques, has good tools. He takes pride in his work, as much pride as one can take in pulling teeth. He has regular customers, people who come back when they have problems, who trust him, who recommend him to others. This is how he has survived for 30 years. By building a reputation, by being reliable, but he is not respected. Not really. People need him, but they do not like him. They associate him with pain, with suffering. They avoid looking at him in the street. Do not invite him to dinner parties. Do not want their children to play with his children. He is necessary, but unwelcome. Essential, but scorned. This is the burden of his profession. Another customer approaches. A woman this time, older, perhaps 60, her face lined with age and pain. She is holding her jaw, moving slowly, carefully. Lucius stands, gestures to the stool. Sit, he says. Let me see. She sits, opens her mouth. Lucius looks. Her teeth are in bad shape, very bad. Most are missing already. The remaining ones are loose, decayed, dark with rot. He identifies the problem, a molar on the upper right. Badly infected. The gum is purple, swollen, oozing from around the tooth. The smell is terrible. The smell of infection, of death happening inside a living body. This one, Lucius says, and honestly, these two as well. They are not far behind. Better to take them all now. Save you from coming back. The woman considers. More extractions mean more pain, but also more relief. And he is probably right. The other teeth are bad. Will need to come out soon anyway. How much? She asks. 8, Sister T. For all 3. She hesitates. That is more money than she wanted to spend. But she is in pain. Constant pain. And the infection is dangerous. She knows this. Has seen people die from tooth infections. The infection spreads to the jaw, to the blood, kills within days. She agrees, counts out the coins, hands them over. Lucius prepares. He selects his tools, different pliers for different teeth. He positions himself. This will hurt, he warns her, but it will be over soon. She nods, closes her eyes, braces herself. He begins. The first tooth, the infected molar. He grips it, pulls. It comes out relatively easily. The infection has loosened it, destroyed the bone around it. Blood and pus flow. The woman cries out, but she does not pull away. The second tooth. This one is harder, more firmly rooted. Lucius has to rock it back and forth, loosening it. The woman is gripping the stool, her knuckles white, her face pale, but she holds still, holds steady. He pulls hard. The tooth cracks, breaks. Only part of it comes out. The root remains, embedded in the gum. Lucius curses under his breath. This is the complication he was hoping to avoid, but it happens, especially with old, decayed teeth. They are brittle. They break. He picks up a hook, thin, and sharp, curved. He inserts it into the woman's mouth, probes the socket, finds the remaining root, hooks it, and pulls. The woman screams. A raw animal sound, pain beyond bearing. But Lucius does not stop, cannot stop. The root has to come out. If it stays, the infection will return, worse than before. He pulls harder. The hook slips. He repositions, hooks again, pulls. The root fragment comes free. Finally, blood pours from the socket. The woman is sobbing, shaking, but 2 teeth are out. 1 more to go. Lucius gives her a moment, lets her breathe, lets the worst of the pain subside slightly. Then he continues. The 3rd tooth. This one comes out cleanly, whole, no complications. It is done. 3 teeth removed. 3 sources of infection gone. The woman's mouth is a bloody mess. She is pale, trembling, on the verge of collapse. Lucius hands her a cloth. Bite down, he says. Hard. Keep pressure on the wounds. She does, her hands shaking, tears streaming down her face. But there is relief in her eyes. Beneath the pain, the knowledge that it is over, that the infected teeth are gone, that she will heal. She stands, unsteady, walks away, leaning on a younger woman, her daughter perhaps, who has been waiting, watching. The daughter supports her, helps her navigate through the crowd. They disappear into the marketplace. Lucius sits, wipes his tools, returns them to the table. Another job done, another customer helped or hurt, depending on how you look at it. He feels no satisfaction, not really, just weariness. The weight of doing this work day after day, year after year, decade after decade. He thinks about the people he has helped, the thousands of teeth he has pulled, the pain he has caused, the relief he has provided. It is complicated, morally complicated. He hurts people, makes them cry, makes them bleed, but he also helps them, removes their suffering, saves their lives sometimes. Is he a healer, or just a brute who yanks teeth for money? He does not know, has never known, has stopped trying to figure it out. The day continues. More customers, more pain, more teeth added to the bucket under his table. By late afternoon, Lucius is tired. His hands ache. His back hurts from bending over customers, from gripping their heads, from pulling with all his strength. He has made good money today. 20 sestertii, maybe more. Enough to feed his family for a week, maybe 2. Enough to pay rent, to buy necessities. He is not wealthy, will never be wealthy, but he survives. As the sun begins to set, he packs up his tools, wraps them in cloth. Carefully, they are valuable. He cannot afford to replace them easily. He picks up his stool, his small table, and he walks home. The marketplace is quieter now. Vendors packing up, the crowd thinning, the day ending. Lucius is just another figure in the fading light, unnoticed, unremarkable. He reaches his home, a modest apartment, high, small, but adequate. His wife is there, cooking dinner. She greets him, asks about his day. He shrugs. The usual, he says. What else is there to say? They eat. Simple food. Bread. Beans. A bit of cheese. They talk about small things. Household matters. The children. Bills to pay. Life in all its mundane detail. Lucius does not talk about his work, does not describe the teeth he pulled, the pain he caused, the blood he saw. His wife does not ask. She knows, has known for years. It is not something they discuss. After dinner, he sits, rests. His hands still ache. They always ache. Years of gripping pliers, years of pulling with all his strength. It has taken a toll. His joints are stiff, painful. He knows he will not be able to do this work forever. Eventually, his hands will give out. His strength will fail. And then what? He does not know, tries not to think about it. For now, he can still work, still pull teeth, still make a living, and that is enough. Tomorrow, he will return to the marketplace. Will set up his stool and table. Will lay out his tools. Will wait for customers, for people in pain, desperate for relief, and he will help them in the only way he knows how, the only way available in ancient Rome. He will pull their teeth, cause them agony, and remove their suffering. It is a strange profession, a necessary one, and someone has to do it. Let us leave Lucius now. Let him rest. Let the ache in his hands ease. Let the weight of his work lift, if only for a night. The tooth pullers of Rome were not healers in the way we think of healers. They did not cure disease, did not repair damage. They simply removed the problem, cut it out, pulled it free, left the person to heal on their own, or not. But in a world without modern medicine, without anesthesia, without real dental care, they were the best option available, the only option, and people came to them, endured the pain, and walked away, changed, scarred, but alive. As the night settles over Rome, let us move on. Let us find another occupation, another story, another life in the ancient world, waiting quietly to be told. Now we return to the world of the arena, but this time we are not watching the fights. We are not in the seats, not part of the crowd, not cheering or gasping or placing bets. We are behind the scenes, in a place the public rarely sees. Ice, where the spectacle is created, where the entertainment is manufactured, where men are turned into weapons. This place is called a ludus, a gladiator school, and we are here to meet the man who runs it, the man who owns it, the man who controls everything that happens within these walls, the lanista. His name is Gnaeus. He is perhaps 50 years old, thick around the middle, his face hard, eyes calculating. He dresses well, a fine tunic, good sandals, jewelry on his fingers, rings of gold and silver, signs of wealth, of success. But he was not always wealthy, not always successful. Gnaeus was born poor, the son of a freedman. No inheritance, no advantages. He had to build everything himself from nothing, and he did, through shrewdness, through ruthlessness, through understanding how the games worked, how the business of blood and spectacle functioned. He learned, he invested, he took risks, and now he owns one of the larger gladiator schools in Rome. The ludus is a compound. High walls surround it, stone walls, thick, iron, difficult to climb. At the top, guards walk back and forth, watching, making sure no one escapes. making sure no one breaks in. There is only one entrance, a heavy wooden gate, reinforced with iron. Guards stand on either side, armed, alert. No one enters without permission. No one leaves without authorization. Inside the compound, there are several buildings, barracks where the gladiators sleep, long, narrow rooms, rows of bunks, simple, cramped, no privacy, no comfort, just a place to rest between training sessions. There is a kitchen where food is prepared, simple food. Barley, beans, wheat. Gladiators need strength, need muscle, so they are fed adequately. Not well, but adequately. There is a medical building where injuries are treated, where the wounded are tended. A physician works here, or someone who claims to be a physician. He knows how to stitch wounds, set bones, stop bleeding, the basics, enough to keep gladiators alive, to get them back into training, back into the arena. And there is the training ground, the heart of the ludus, a large, open courtyard, hard-packed earth, worn smooth by thousands of feet, by years of training, of combat, of blood and sweat and struggle. This is where we find Gnaeus now, standing at the edge of the training ground, watching, always watching. Is mid-morning. The sun is bright, hot. The gladiators are training, about 40 of them, all men, all slaves, all property of Gnaeus. They are divided into groups, each group training with different weapons, different styles, because gladiators are not all the same. There are different types, different classifications, each with its own equipment, its own techniques, its own role in the arena. Over there, a group of myrmidons, heavy gladiators. They wear helmets with fish crests. They carry large rectangular shields, short swords. They fight with strength, with defense, with endurance. Beside them, a group of threeses, lighter, faster. They carry small square shield, curved swords called psyche. They rely on speed, on agility, on striking quickly and moving away. Near the far wall, the most unusual. They carry no shield, no armor, just a net, a trident, a dagger. They fight by entangling their opponents, by using the net to trap, to confuse, to create openings for the trident. Each group has a trainer, former gladiators, most of them, men who survived the arena, who earned their freedom, who now teach others, pass on their skills, their knowledge, their techniques. The trainers shout instructions, corrections, encouragement, sometimes insults. Faster! Move your feet! You are too slow. You would be dead already. The gladiators train with wooden weapons, practice weapons, called rudis, wooden swords, wooden tridents, nets made of rope instead of the strong cord used in real combat. This is safer, cheaper. No point in gladiators killing each other in training. That is wasteful. They need to be alive for the arena. But the training is still intense. Still brutal. The gladiators strike at each other hard. They wrestle, they grapple, they fall. Get up, continue, over and over. Building muscle memory, building reflexes, building the instincts they will need to survive. Gnaeus watches it all, his eyes moving from group to group, assessing, evaluating, calculating. He sees a young Murmillo, new to the ludus, purchased only a month ago, strong, good size, but slow, clumsy. He keeps dropping his guard, leaving himself open. The trainer is yelling at him, demonstrating, showing him the proper stance. But the young man is not learning fast enough. Gnaeus makes a mental note. This one might not work out, might not be worth the investment. If he does not improve soon, Gnaeus will sell him, cut his losses, buy someone better. He sees a Thrakes, mid-30s, experienced, been fighting for years, won many bouts, popular with the crowd. They know his name, cheer for him. This gladiator is valuable, very valuable. Gnaeus charges premium rates to rent him out for games. Wealthy sponsors pay well for famous gladiators. But the Thrax is getting older, slower. Gnaeus can see it, the slight hesitation, the fraction of a second delay in his movements. In the arena, that hesitation could be fatal. Gnaeus wonders how much longer this gladiator will last, how many more fights he has in him. 1 year, 2, perhaps less. He sees Ornatrices, young, fast, skilled with the net. He has potential, could become a star, could draw crowds. Gnaeus is pleased with this one. A good investment, worth the money he paid. This is how Gnaeus thinks, in terms of investment, of return, of profit and loss. The gladiators are not people to him. Not really. They are assets, property, things he owns, things he uses to make money. He did not always think this way, or perhaps he did. Perhaps he always had this coldness in him, this ability to see human beings as commodities. It is necessary in this business. You cannot succeed as a Lannister if you are soft, if you care too much, if you see the gladiators as more than tools. Gnaeus walks across the training ground. The gladiators notice him. Some glance his way. Most keep training. They know better than to stop, better than to draw his attention unless it is positive attention. He approaches one of the trainers, a former Murmillo named Titus. Titus is in his 40s, scarred, missing part of his left ear, lost in a fight years ago, but he survived, earned his freedom. Now he trains others. How are they progressing? Gnaeus asks. Titus wipes sweat from his forehead. Most are adequate. A few show promise. The new boy, Marcus, is struggling. I am not sure he will make it. Gnaeus nods. He had the same assessment. Give him 2 more weeks. If he has not improved, I will sell him. No point wasting resources. Understood, Titus says. What about the Retiarius? Quintus? Excellent, Titus says. His face brightens slightly. Fast, smart, good instincts. He could be ready for his first fight in a month. Good, Gnaeus says. The games are coming up. I need fighters. Strong fighters. The sponsor is expecting quality. The games. Always the games. This is how Naias makes his money. Wealthy citizens sponsor games. Public spectacles. Entertainment for the masses. They need gladiators, and they rent them from Lanistai like Naias. The sponsor pays a fee per gladiator, per fight. If the gladiator wins, Naias gets the full fee. If the gladiator dies, Naias loses his investment. The sponsor compensates him, but usually not for the full value. So Naias wants his gladiators to win, to survive, to fight again. But he also knows that death is part of the business, part of the spectacle. People come to see violence, real danger, real blood. If no one ever died, the crowd would lose interest. The games would become boring, less valuable. So Naias accepts the losses, factors them into his calculations. He knows that out of every 10 gladiators he trains, perhaps 3 will die in the arena, perhaps more. It depends on skill, on luck, on the whims of the crowd and the sponsor. But as long as the survivors keep fighting, keep winning, keep drawing crowds, the business remains profitable, and Naias remains wealthy. He continues his walk through the training ground, observing, watching for problems, for opportunities, for anything that requires his attention. He sees a fight break out, not training, a real fight, 2 gladiators, a Marmillo and a Thrax. They are shouting at each other, then punching, wrestling. Others move away, giving them space. Watching, Naias signals to the guards. 2 large men, enforcers. They move quickly, grab the fighting gladiators, pull them apart, hold them. Naias approaches, his face calm, but his eyes cold. "What is this?" he asks. Neither gladiator speaks. They are breathing hard, angry, but they know better than to explain, to offer excuses. Fighting outside of training is forbidden, Naias says. His voice is quiet, even, kind, but there is menace in it. You know this. Everyone knows this. He looks at the guards. 10 lashes each. Now, the guards drag the gladiators away to the side of the training ground, strip their tunics, tie them to posts, and they begin the whipping. The crack of the whip echoes across the courtyard. The gladiators cry out, their backs striped with red, with blood. And the other gladiators keep training, keep their eyes down, keep moving. They have seen this before. They know the rules. Break them, and you suffer. It is that simple. Naias watches the whipping, his face expressionless. When it is done, when 10 lashes have been delivered to each man, he signals for them to be released. Back to training, he says, and no more fights, or it will be worse. The 2 men, bleeding and humiliated, return to their groups. They will be fine. The physician will treat their backs. They will heal, and they will remember, will not fight again, not outside the arena. This is how Naias maintains order, through fear, through punishment, while through making it clear that he is in control, that his word is law within these walls. But he also knows that fear alone is not enough. Fear can break men, can make them weak, unwilling to fight, unwilling to risk. And Neus needs fighters, needs men who will step into the arena with courage, with aggression, with the will to win. So he also uses rewards, small rewards, but meaningful ones. Gladiators who perform well in training get better food, extra rations, sometimes wine, sometimes meat. Little things that make life more bearable. Gladiators who win in the arena get bonuses, money, a small amount, but something, a reason to try, a reason to hope, and for the very best, for the ones who win many fights, who become famous, who draw crowds, there is the ultimate reward, freedom, the wooden sword, at the rudis, the symbol that you are no longer a slave, that you have earned your release. Not many reach this point. Most die before they get there. But the possibility exists, and that possibility keeps them fighting, keeps them trying, keeps them from giving up completely. Gnaeus understands this, understands the psychology of it. He is not just a businessman. He is a manipulator, a controller of men. He knows how to push, how to reward, how to punish, how to get what he wants from these men who are his property. Let us think about the gladiators themselves for a moment. Who are they? Where do they come from? Most are slaves, purchased by Gnaeus from market, from auctions. He looks for certain qualities, strength, size, youth. He prefers men in their 20s, old enough to be strong, young enough to train, to shape, to mold into fighters. Some are criminals, condemned by the courts, sentenced to the arena. These men are different. They have no hope of freedom, no hope of survival. They are sent to die, to provide entertainment through their death. Gnaeus takes these men sometimes, if they are strong, if they might last for a few fights. But he does not invest much in them. They are disposable. Some are prisoners of war, captured soldiers, enemies of Rome, enslaved, sold. These men often make good gladiators. They already know how to fight, already have combat experience. They just need to be trained in the specific styles of the arena. Gnaeus values these men, pays more for them. They are worth the investment. And a few are volunteers, free men who choose to become gladiators. This seems strange. Why would anyone choose this life, choose to risk death for entertainment? But they have their reasons. Poverty, debt, a desire for fame, for glory, for the chance to earn money. Gladiators who become famous can earn significant sums, can become wealthy, can retire and live comfortably. It is rare, very rare, but possible. And some men are willing to risk everything for that possibility. Gnaeus treats the volunteers slightly better. They are not slaves, not property. They have signed contracts, agreements to fight for a certain period, in exchange for a payment, for training, for the chance to prove themselves. But once they are in the ludus, once training begins, the differences blur. Slave or free, they all train the same, all suffer the same, all face the same dangers. Now, it is afternoon. The training continues. Gnaeus retires to his office, a room in one of the buildings, comfortable, furnished with a desk, chairs, shelves holding scrolls, records, accounts. the paperwork of his business, a man is waiting for him. A wealthy Roman, a senator. He is here to arrange for gladiators for an upcoming game. He is sponsoring the event, paying for everything, and he needs fighters. Gnaeus, the senator, says, I need 20 gladiators. Good ones. I am celebrating my son's election. This event must be impressive, must be memorable. Gnaeus nods. He knows this senator, has worked with him before. 20 gladiators. No problem. What styles do you want? Variety is important for the crowd. They discuss details. How many myrmidons? How many 3Cs? How many retire? What other types? Gnaeus makes suggestions based on what he has available, based on what will create good matches, good spectacle. I can provide excellent fighters, Gnaeus says. I have several who are very popular. The crowd knows them, cheers for them. Including them will enhance your event. Good, the senator says. And the cost. Gnaeus names a figure. High, but not unreasonable. The senator negotiates, pushes back, tries to lower the price. This is expected, part of the dance. They settle on a price, lower than Gnaeus's initial offer, but still profitable, still worthwhile. They shake hands. The deal is made. And if any die? The senator asks. What is the compensation? Half the rental fee, Gnaeus says. This is standard, expected, unless the gladiator is particularly valuable. Then we negotiate separately. The senator agrees. They finalize the details, the date, the time, how the gladiators will be transported to the arena. Gnaeus makes notes, adds the event to his schedule. His calendar is full. Game after game, event after event. Business is good. The senator leaves. Gnaeus sits at his desk, looks at his records, calculates 20 gladiators for this event. He has them, but some will need extra training, need to be sharpened, made ready, and he needs to decide which gladiators to send. The strong ones, the popular ones, but also the expendable ones, the ones who might die, who he can afford to lose. It is a calculation, always a calculation. He makes his selections, writes down names. This one, that one, these 3. He will inform the trainers tomorrow. They will focus on preparing these specific fighters. We'll push them hard. We'll make sure they are ready. Evening comes. The training ends. The gladiators are dismissed. They return to the barracks, exhausted, sore, hungry. They eat their evening meal, sit together, talk quietly. Some sharpen their practice weapons. Some tend to injuries. Some just sit, staring, thinking about tomorrow, about the next training session, about the next fight. Some of them are friends, as much as you can be friends in this place. They support each other, encourage each other, mourn together when one of them dies. But they also know that tomorrow they might face each other in the arena, might be ordered to fight, to kill. Friendship has limits here. Gnaeus does not think about these things, does not consider the emotional lives of his gladiators, does not care about their friendships, their fears, their hopes. He cares about performance, about profit, about maintaining his reputation, about staying successful. He has dinner in his own quarters, separate from the ludus, a nice home, comfortable, well furnished. His wife is there, his children. They eat together, talk about normal things, family things, school, iron, friends, plans for tomorrow, sian. His family knows what he does, knows about the ludus, about the gladiators, but they do not talk about it. Not really. It is his business, his work, something separate from home, from family life. After dinner, Gnaeus reviews his accounts, his profits, his expenses, the cost of food, of training, of medical care, the income from rentals, from sales, the balance sheet. Always the balance sheet. He is satisfied. Business is good. He is making money, more money than his father ever dreamed of, more than he dreamed of as a young man. He has built something, created something, a successful enterprise, and he is proud of that in his own way. He does not think about the men who died to make that success possible, does not think about the blood, the suffering, the lives cut short, or if he does think about it, he rationalizes, tells himself that gladiators are slaves, property, criminals, prisoners, and that they would have died anyway, that the arena gives them purpose, gives them a chance at glory, at fame, at honor. These rationalizations help him sleep at night, help him justify what he does, help him continue. But deep down, in a place he rarely visits, in a part of himself he keeps locked away, he knows the truth. He knows that he profits from death, from pain, from turning human beings into entertainment, into spectacle, into things that exist to die for the amusement of others. But he does not dwell on this, cannot dwell on it. It would make his work impossible, would make his life unbearable. So he locks it away, focuses on the business, on the numbers, on the success. And tomorrow he will wake up, will go to the ludus, will watch the training, will make his calculations, will arrange more fights, more games, more spectacle, because this is what he does. This is who he is, a Lannister, a businessman of blood, a manager of death. Let us step away now, away from the ludus, away from the training ground, away from Gnaeus and his calculations, away from the gladiators and their suffering. The Lannister was a necessary part of the system, the machine that created the games, that provided the entertainment. Without Lannister, there would be no gladiators. Without gladiators, there would be no spectacle. And the Romans loved their spectacle, craved it, demanded it. So the Lannister thrived, built wealth, built power, built reputations, all on the backs of men who had no choice, who fought because they had to, who died because that was what was expected of them. It was a brutal system, inhuman, but it was Roman, and it lasted for centuries. As the night deepens, let us move on. Let us find our final occupation, our final story, our final glimpse into the world of ancient Rome. The sun has set. Rome is dark. Most people are asleep, or trying to sleep, in their homes, in their apartments, in the crowded insulae that rise 6 stories high, wooden structures packed with families, with workers, with the poor and struggling masses that make up most of the city's population. The streets are quiet, mostly quiet, not silent. Rome is never truly silent. Even at night, there are always sounds, distant voices, dogs barking, the occasional clatter of cart wheels on stone. The city breathes, even in sleep, but it is subdued, muted, a different Rome from the daylight hours. But not everyone is asleep. Some people work at night, must work at night, because the dangers of Rome do not rest, do not take the night off. And chief among these dangers is fire. Fire is a constant threat in ancient Rome, perhaps the greatest threat the city faces, more than invasion, more than disease, more than crime. Fire can destroy entire neighborhoods in a single night, can kill hundreds, thousands, can leave the survivors homeless, destitute, with nothing. And so Rome has the vigiles, a force of men who patrol the streets at night, looking for fires, ready to fight them, ready to protect the sleeping city from the flames. Let us follow one of them. His name is Sextus. He is 32 years old, a freedman, born into slavery, freed when he was 25, given his liberty by a master who had no more use for him, who released him rather than continue feeding him, housing him. Freedom came with its own challenges. Sextus had no money, no home, no prospects, just his freedom, his body, his willingness to work. He needed employment, needed a way to survive, and the vigiles were hiring, always hiring, because the work was hard, dangerous, and many men did not last long. Sextus joined 7 years ago. It was not his first choice, not his dream, but it was available. It paid. It offered structure, purpose, a place to belong. He is part of the 4th cohort, one of 7 cohorts of vigils in Rome. Each cohort is responsible for 2 of the city's 14 regions. The 4th cohort patrols regions 7 and 9 on the east side of the city, near the Esquiline Hill. Each cohort has about 1,000 men, divided into centuries, units of 80 men. Sextus is part of a century commanded by a centurion, Marcus, a tough man, fair but strict. He expects discipline, expects his men to do their duty. Tonight, Sextus is on patrol. He and 7 other vigils, walking through the dark streets. Each man carries a bucket made of leather, sturdy for carrying water, for fighting fires. They also carry axes, hooked poles for pulling down, burning structures, and simple clubs for dealing with troublemakers, with criminals, with anyone who threatens the peace. It is late, perhaps midnight, perhaps later, difficult to tell. There are no clocks, no watches, just the position of the moon, the feeling of the night, the sense of time passing in the darkness. The patrol walks slowly, systematically, following a route they have walked many times before. Down this street, turn left. Down that alley, check the shops, the doors, the windows. Looking, always looking, for smoke, for the flicker of flame, for any sign of fire. Sextus's eyes scan constantly, left dying, right, wide, up at the windows, down at the ground. His nostrils flare, sniffing the air, searching for the smell of smoke. The sharp, acrid smell that means danger. That means fire. The city smells of many things at night. Sewage, garbage, animals, cooking fires from dinner hours ago, smoke from oil lamps. All of these are normal, expected, but there is a difference between the smell of a cooking fire and the smell of a fire that is spreading. That is out of control, and Sextus has learned to tell the difference. He has been doing this for 7 years, has fought dozens of fires, has seen what fire can do, how fast it spreads, how unstoppable it becomes if you do not catch it early, how it devours wood and cloth and flesh with equal hunger. The troll turns down a narrow street, tall buildings on either side, insulae, daltiumai, 5 stories, 6 stories, packed with people, families sleeping in tiny rooms. 1 room per family, sometimes 2 families sharing a single room. Crowded, cramped, dangerous. These buildings are fire traps. Built quickly, built cheaply. The landlords care about profit, about cramming as many tenants as possible into as little space as possible. They use cheap materials, wood mostly, some brick, some plaster, but mostly wood. Dry wood, old wood, wood that burns easily, and the tenants cook inside their rooms. Use oil lamps for light. Use charcoal braziers for heat in winter. All sources of fire, all potential disasters. 1 knocked over lamp, 1 unattended brazier, 1 spark catching the wrong thing, and an entire building can be ablaze in minutes. Sextus knows this, has seen it, has fought to save people from buildings that were already lost, has heard the screams of those trapped inside, unable to escape, dying in the smoke and flames. It haunts him, those screams. They come to him in dreams sometimes, wake him in the night, sweating, gasping, but he pushes those thoughts away, focuses on the present, on the patrol, on watching, on being ready. The patrol passes a tavern, still open, late night drinkers inside, voices, laughter. The vigils glance inside, making sure there is no trouble, no fights. Everything seems calm. They continue. They pass a fountain, one of the many public fountains throughout the city, fed by the aqueducts, providing water to those who cannot afford private connections. Sextus makes a mental note. This fountain is important. In case of fire, this is where they will get water, where they will fill their buckets, again and again, fighting the flames. Rome has no fire hydrants, no fire trucks, no modern equipment, just buckets, just men, just the aqueducts and fountains, and whatever water they can carry. It is primitive, inadequate, but it is all they have. The patrol continues, block after block, street after street. The night is cool, quiet, peaceful, but Sextus does not relax, cannot relax. Fire does not announce itself, does not give warning. It just starts, and by the time you see it, it may already be too late. They turn a corner, and Sextus sees it. Smoke, wisps of smoke, rising from a building ahead, 3rd floor. coming from a window. He stops, raises his hand. The patrol stops. Everyone is alert now, watching, waiting. Smoke, Sextus says, pointing. The others see it. Thin smoke. Could be nothing. Could be a cooking fire that someone left burning. But it could also be the beginning of something worse. Check it. The leader of the patrol says, a man named Quintus, senior to Sextus, more experienced. Sextus and 2 others approach the building. They pound on the door, heavy fists against wood. Vigiles, open up! No response. They pound again, harder, louder. Open the door, now! Still nothing. Either no one hears or no one is responding. Both are bad signs. Sextus steps back, nods to one of the others. Together, they kick the door. Once, twice. The third kick breaks the lock. The door swings open. They rush inside. The building is dark, silent. They can smell it now. Smoke, stronger inside. And something else. Burning wood, burning fabric, a fire somewhere above. They run up the stairs. Narrow stairs. Steep. Dot, dot. Barely wide enough for one person. They reach the 2nd floor. The smoke is thicker here. They reach the 3rd floor. Thicker still, stinging their eyes, making them cough. They find the room. The door is closed. Sextus touches it. Warm body chill, but not hot. Not yet. He pushes it open. Inside, a small fire. In the corner, a brazier has tipped over, coals spilling onto the floor, catching the wooden floor, catching a blanket. The blanket is burning, spreading to the wall. Small flames, not large yet, but growing. And in the room, a family, a woman, 2 children, asleep, unconscious. The smoke has overcome them. They are not moving. Sextus acts quickly. Get them out, he shouts to the others. They rush in. Grab the woman. Drag her out. Go back for the children. Carry them out. Down the stairs. Into the street. Into the fresh air. Meanwhile, Sextus fights the fire. He grabs his bucket, but it is empty. He runs down the stairs, out into the street, to the fountain, fills the bucket, runs back up 3 flights of stairs, his lungs burning, his legs aching. But he does not stop. He throws the water on the fire, hissing, steam. The flames shrink, but do not go out. He runs back down, fills the bucket again, back up, throws more water, again, again, again. The other vigiles join him, forming a bucket chain. One man at the fountain, filling buckets, passing them up. Another man on the stairs, taking the bucket, passing it up. Another man in the room, taking the bucket, throwing the water, passing the empty bucket back down, back and forth, up and down, bucket after bucket, water sloshing, spilling, soaking everything. But slowly, gradually, the fire is contained. The flames die down, tight. Smoke fills the room, thick, tight, choking. But the fire is out. Sextus staggers out of the room, down the stairs, into the street. He collapses against a wall, coughing. His lungs feel like they are full of smoke. His eyes stream with tears. His clothes are soaked. his body exhausted, but the fire is out. The building is saved, and the family is alive. The woman is conscious now, coughing, crying, holding her children. They are coughing too, but breathing, alive. She looks at Sextus, at the other vigiles. "Thank you," she says, her voice hoarse. "Thank you. You saved us." Sextus nods, cannot speak yet, just nods. He leans against the wall, breathing, recovering. Quintus approaches. "Good work," he says, clapping Sextus on the shoulder. "Fast response. That could have been bad. Could have spread to the whole building, the whole block." Sextus knows this is true, knows how close it was, how a few more minutes and the fire would have been too large to stop, would have jumped to other rooms, other floors, would have consumed the entire building, and possibly others nearby. This is how fires spread in Rome, from building to building, block to block, unstoppable, devastating. The Great Fire of Rome, decades ago, burned for 6 days, destroyed 10 of the 14 regions, killed thousands, left hundreds of thousands homeless. It was a catastrophe, a nightmare, and it could happen again any night. Any fire could become that if not stopped quickly. The vigiles know this, live with this knowledge, this pressure. They are the only thing standing between Rome and complete destruction, and their tools are so inadequate, so primitive. Just buckets and water and their own bodies, their own courage. After a few minutes, Sextus stands. The patrol must continue, must keep moving, must keep watching. Other fires could be starting right now. While they rest, they cannot afford to stop. The centurion arrives. Marcus, he has been alerted, has come to assess the situation. He looks at the building, at the smoke still drifting from the window, at the family sitting in the street, at his men, exhausted, soaked, but successful. "Report," he says. Quintus explains. The smoke, the fire, the rescue, the extinguishing. Marcus listens, nods. "Well done," he says. His praise is rare, brief, but meaningful. His men appreciate it, take pride in it. Marcus turns to the woman. "What happened?" he asks. His voice is stern, not unkind, but firm. He needs to know, needs to understand, to prevent this from happening again. The woman explains, haltingly, through tears. She had a brazier for cooking, for warmth. She thought she had extinguished it, thought the coals were out, but they must have still been hot, must have tipped over during the night. She does not know how. Maybe one of the children kicked it in their sleep. Maybe it was just unstable. Marcus nods. He has heard this story before, many times. It is common, too common. Braziers, lamps, cooking fires, all dangerous, all necessary. People need heat, need light, need to cook, but these necessities come with risks. And not everyone is careful. Not everyone understands how quickly fire can spread. "You are lucky," Marcus says to the woman. "Lucky that we were passing. Lucky that my men were alert. Next time, you might not be so lucky. Be more careful. Check your fires. Make sure they are truly out before you sleep." The woman nods, promises, She will be more careful. We'll never let this happen again. Marcus does not entirely believe her, but he has said his piece, issued his warning. There is nothing more he can do. He turns to his men. Patrol continues, he says. Move out. The vigils gather their equipment, their buckets, their axes, their poles. They form up, begin walking again, into the night, back to their route, back to watching, waiting, ready for the next fire. Because there will always be a next fire. Sextus walks with them. His body aches. His lungs still burn from the smoke, but he continues. This is his duty, his job, what he signed up for, what he does every night. Let us think about the life of a vigil, what it means to be part of this force. The vigils are not volunteers, not really. And most are freedmen, like Sextus, men who were once slaves, who earned or were granted their freedom, but who have few options, few opportunities. The vigiles offer steady work, a small salary, food, diet, housing in the barracks, medical care. It is not much, but it is something. It is survival. The work is hard, exhausting. They work at night, sleep during the day, or try to sleep in crowded barracks with dozens of other men, snoring, talking, moving. Difficult to get real rest, but they manage. They adapt. They train regularly, practice forming bucket chains, practice using their equipment, practice coordinating, working together. Because fighting fires is a team effort. One man alone can do nothing, but a team, a coordinated unit, can make a difference, can save lives, can save buildings. They also train in law enforcement because that is part of their job too. They are not just firefighters, they are night watchmen. They patrol. They look for criminals, for thieves, for anyone causing trouble. They have the authority to arrest, to detain, to use force if necessary. Rome at night can be dangerous. The streets are dark. The alleys darker still. Criminals operate in the shadows. Thieves wait for drunken targets. Gangs roam certain neighborhoods. The vigils try to maintain order, to people safe, but they are spread thin. 1,000 men covering 2 regions is not enough, not nearly enough, but it is what Rome can afford, what Rome is willing to invest. The vigiles are not well respected, not really. They are seen as necessary, but lowly, former slaves doing dirty, dangerous work. The upper classes look down on them. The wealthy hire private guards. Do not rely on the vigils. Only the poor, the working classes, the people who live in the insula, they appreciate the vigiles, rely on them, need them. Sextus knows this, knows that he is looked down upon, that his work is undervalued, but he also knows that it matters, that what he does saves lives, makes a difference, and that gives him purpose, gives his life meaning. The patrol continues. Hour after hour, they walk through marketplace, check shops, make sure the doors are locked, make sure no one has broken in. They walk through residential areas, check for fires, for smoke, for anything unusual. They encounter a drunk man, stumbling, shouting, disturbing the peace. They approach, tell him to be quiet, to go home. He argues, becomes belligerent. They grab him, pin his arms. He struggles, but 3 vigils are too much. They restrain him, drag him to the station house, the watch house where the cohort is based. He will be held there, sleep it off, be released in the morning with a warning, or a fine if he caused damage. This is typical. Most of the crime they deal with is minor. Public drunkenness, small thefts, fights, occasionally something more serious. A stabbing, an assault, a break-in. But mostly it is small things. Maintaining order, keeping the peace. The patrol continues. More streets, more alleys, more buildings to check. The night drags on. Sextus is tired. His feet hurt. His back aches. He wants to sit, to rest. But there are still hours before dawn. Still more territory to cover. They pass a temple. Dark, night, silent, sacred. They do not enter. Just check the perimeter. Make sure no one is trying to break in. Temples hold valuables, offerings, gold, silver, dot. Thieves target them sometimes, but not tonight. Everything is secure. They pass another fountain, another landmark, another water source in case of fire. Sextus notes its location, adds it to his mental map. He knows every fountain in his patrol area, every cistern, every water source, has them memorized. In an emergency, he needs to know where to go, without thinking, without hesitation. As the hours pass, the moon moves across the sky. Slowly, steadily, the stars turn, the constellations shift, the night ages, becomes deeper, colder. Sextus pulls his cloak tighter. The temperature has dropped. His breath mists in the air. But he keeps walking, keeps watching. They hear noise, a crash, breaking glass. They move toward it, quickly, quietly, weapons ready, clubs raised. They turn a corner, see movement. A figure, running. Pow. Stop! Quintus shouts. Vigiles. The figure does not stop, runs faster, disappears into an alley. The vigiles give chase, running through the dark, boots pounding on stone. They know these streets, know every turn, every dead end. The figure does not. He runs into a dead end, trapped. The vigiles surround him. He is young, a teenager, holding a bag. Stolen goods, probably. He looks terrified. Cornered. Drop the bag, Quintus says. Now, Dando. The boy hesitates, then drops it, raises his hands. Please, he says. I was just hungry. I just needed food. Quintus looks in the bag. Bread, cheese, some fruit. At food. That's not valuables, not gold, just food. Quintus considers. He could arrest the boy, take him to the station house. The boy would be punished, flogged, maybe worse, but he is just a kid, hungry, desperate. Go, Quintus says, and do not let me catch you again. The boy stares, cannot believe it. Then he runs, disappears into the night. The vigils let him go. Sextus nothing, but he approves. Quintus is harsh but fair. The boy was stealing, but he was stealing food to survive, not to profit. There is a difference, and sometimes mercy is the right choice. They return to their patrol. The night continues, endless, exhausting, but necessary. Finally, as the sky begins to lighten, as the first hints of dawn appear in the east, the patrol ends. The night shift is over. They return to the station house, tired, filthy, but alive. Another night completed, another shift done. They report to Marcus. Give him the details. The fire, the drunk, the thief. He listens, nods, dismisses them. They go to the barracks, wash, eat a simple meal, bread, porridge, water, diet. Then they sleep, collapsing on their bunks, exhausted, falling asleep instantly. But their sleep is brief. By mid-morning they will be woken, given tasks, maintenance, work, repairing equipment, cleaning the station, training exercises. The work never truly stops. And tonight, they will do it all again. We'll patrol the dark streets. We'll watch for fires. We'll protect the sleeping city, because this is what the vigiles do. This is their purpose, their duty, their life. Sextus dreams, troubled dreams, of fire, of smoke, of buildings burning, of people screaming, but also of rescues, of lives saved, of fires stopped. Mixed dreams, reflecting his mixed reality, the horror and the heroism, the danger and the satisfaction. He will wake in a few hours. We'll do it all again. We'll continue, because he is a vigil, a protector of Rome, a fighter of fires, a keeper of the peace, and someone has to do it. Let us leave the vigils now. Let them rest. Let their exhausted bodies recover. Let the city wake around them. Let daylight return. Let the dangers of night fade. For now, the vigiles were essential to Rome's survival. Without them, the city would have burned, would have been destroyed by fire. Again and again, they saved countless lives, countless buildings. They maintained order in the dangerous hours of darkness, and they did it for little pay, little respect, little recognition. They were not heroes in the traditional sense, not celebrated, not honored, but they were necessary, essential, and in their own quiet way, they were brave, facing danger every night, running toward fires when everyone else ran away, standing between the city and destruction. As the morning comes, as the sun rises over Rome, let us step back. Let us take a final moment to reflect on all the workers we have met tonight. We have walked together through many streets tonight, through many lives, through many jobs that filled the ancient city of Rome. We met the fullers, stomping on clothes in basins of urine, the nomenclators, whispering names to their masters, the Ornatrices, creating elaborate hairstyles for wealthy women, the bestiarii, facing wild animals in the arena, the Ornators, diving into dark water, the lamplighters, bringing small flames to life in the night, the professional mourners, crying, the tooth pullers, yanking out painful teeth, the Lannister, training gladiators for profit, and the vigils, watching over the city while others slept. These were not grand roles. not kings or emperors or famous generals. These were the workers, the ones who kept the city running, who did the jobs that needed doing, who lived and labored and disappeared into history. Some of these jobs seem strange to us now. Some seem harsh. Some seem impossible to imagine. But they were real. They were part of the rhythm of Roman life. Every city needs workers. Every civilization needs people willing to do the hard jobs, the dirty jobs, the dangerous jobs. Rome was no different. These people had names, had families, had hopes and fears. But most of their names are lost, most of their stories forgotten. All we have are fragments, small clues, enough to imagine, enough to wonder. Tonight you have traveled with them. You have seen their world, even if only in shadows, even if only in whispers. And now it is time to rest, to let these images fade, to let sleep come gently. Thank you for walking through ancient Rome with me. Thank you for listening, for being curious, for being here. Close your eyes now. Let your breathing slow. Let your body relax. Let the past drift away. Good night. Sleep well, and may your dreams be peaceful.